Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little painting studio, and we are gonna make something beautiful today. 3 things again actually. So first, I apologize, I'm a little bit late today, but we got things straightened out and we're still working through some technical bugs, so we're really gonna try to be on time next week. So anyway, we have these 3 cute little paintings that tell this little sequential story of this ice cream, right? Just a very simple story. And so we've been working on those Thursday and Friday. I think we started them on Monday, right? And so what I'm hoping to do today, I didn't put any extra time into these, but I am hoping to take these from meh to something that's really wonderful. So we're gonna work on details, we're gonna work on bringing out the form and the shape of the pieces and really make them look very, very convincing. Before I start that though, I do want to show you just a very quick thing. I went back this morning actually, and last night as well a little bit, and I didn't quite finish this Neapolitan, but I got it to be a lot better. And so I'm gonna tell you a little trick that I found. Is this a first time person here? I'm not sure how to say your name, but thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Welcome. Are you an artist or are you just an art fan? So what I'm going to show you, just a very quick trick that I did on this Neapolitan. And what I did was this. I said when I started this one last week, I couldn't quite get it to look balanced. And I'm usually pretty good at that. And so even I get a little bit challenged with that sometimes. And so what I did for this piece, let me just put this back up here. Just want to make sure people can see it. Just for a moment, we're going to take these down and we're going to put this one up here because I want you to see. I started this one last week and we did pretty good on it, but it didn't look quite balanced. So I was looking at it. I don't usually just sit around and stare at my paintings, but I had to do it for this one. And I couldn't quite figure out what to do. And so what I finally figured out, I'll tell you one thing that I do. You collect lino prints, know nothing about painting. Well, welcome. We will hopefully teach you something here and you can at least just enjoy the stream. So thanks very much for being in here. It's good to have new people. So what I did with this to try to get it to be balanced is I actually took a picture of my painting and I reversed it in my phone. So I flipped it 180. And I stared at that this morning. And then I finally figured out, or actually I did it last night. I finally figured out what was wrong with it. Because I always say in here that sometimes you need to challenge your brain and figure out how to do things by seeing things from a different perspective. So with that one, what I did, I'm gonna put it back up because a few people just popped in here and I just want you to see again. So for this one, when I couldn't figure out how to get this one to look balanced, it looked a little cattywampus to me. I had already cut in a little bit on this shape over here, and that did improve things, but it still didn't quite look balanced to me. This isn't quite done, but I'm a lot better off than I was. And so what I did was this last night, again, I took a picture of it. Hey Kiwi, welcome back. Your translator. Kiwi translates because I don't understand abbreviations in chat. So I appreciate her being here. Thank you so much, Kiwi. So what I did was I took a picture of that painting, flipped it around 180 on my phone, and then I was able to see what was off on the painting. Just watching Jake, welcome back. Nice to see you again. So yes, so when I do my paintings, I actually the balance thing is not just by accident, right? I'm very, very picky about this. So when I edit my photos in Photoshop, because I do take all of my own photos, I actually put the grid up in Photoshop if you've ever done that. And I try to measure things out. So I want to make sure that at my deepest point over here is not too far off from my deepest point over here, and it leaves me just enough space up here to make it feel balanced. I do actually sometimes when I draw things out, actually take a physical tape measure and actually make sure that my cones are relatively centered. So when I did this one, again, I put it into, I took a picture of it, took a picture of the actual painting this morning, or last night, keep confusing the two, I apologize. And then I flipped it 180 in my phone. And then what I could see was the problem wasn't the ice cream, it was the cone. And so I was able to go in and adjust the shape of my cone a little bit. So it's still not done, but it's a lot better off than it was. So I appreciate everybody being here. I hopefully will share some information that you at least find interesting. And if nothing else, you can just chill out and relax. And, you know, if you feel like working on your own projects or crafts or baking or whatever it is that you're doing, you are always welcome to do that. So, I've been told I have a nice voice in the past, so hopefully you find it a little bit soothing. So what I'm gonna do today is we're gonna take these 3 paintings and we're really gonna try to ramp them up. So we've been working on them for a few days. And Kiwi, it says you're on a 3-stream streak. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to be here. So nice. Everybody's so nice, right? I think everybody's really nice on here. Most everybody anyway. So we appreciate you being here, Kiwi. Thank you so much. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to bring out the details, bring out the form, and try to just really get in here and take these from looking like kind of, I would say they're very ordinary paintings right now. We're going to try to make them look a little bit better than that today. I might not be able to finish the whole thing on all 3, but we're going to do our darndest to try, okay? So I usually just start with, as I said, if you've been in here before, I'm just going to move this one out of the way so that I can put my phone over here and move this a little closer. I always start with the area that I feel like needs the most work, that is going to start to bring things up and make me feel a little bit excited about the painting so that I can, you know, feel encouraged to move on to the next stage. Right away, I think that the part on this that I want to work on is simply the ice cream. So that's going to be a very, a good place to start. And the reason for that is I feel like I have a lot of good form going on in here, but there are a few things that are missing. Like I can see this little shape right here that's on the ice cream, I don't actually have in here at all. Some of these shadows are not quite the right color, and so I want to go in and make adjustments. So we're gonna do what we always do, and we're gonna make glazes. So I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna mix up a little color here. I'm just gonna take this bright blue that I have with my darker red, which is a cadmium red, and a little bit of yellow. And I'm gonna see if I can mix up a shadow color that works with a little bit of white. And it's not too dark, right? We'll just see how this works. It's not too dark of a color, it's kind of subtle. You're painting birds today with acrylic markers, nice. Yes, anytime anybody comes in, please feel free to share, because I want this to be a place where artists feel free to hang out with each other and share what you're working on as well. So it's always interesting to learn. So you just keep going burb. I think there's a painter on here, right, that paints burbs. Isn't that her name? I Paint Burbs, I believe, is a painter on Twitch as well. So I'm gonna go in here. We're just gonna see if this is the right color or not. I think I want just a touch more blue in this. Just a touch. And I'm just going to go in here and just try to, I'm going to use another brush simultaneously to try to help me form my shapes and kind of feather things out a bit, just by putting a little bit of acrylic medium on my brush. And we're just going to form that right in there. And again, what we're looking at, because again, these are really complicated shapes, right? There's lots and lots of complicated shapes in here. But what we're trying to look at is positive and negative shapes. And then within that, we're trying to see the relationships of the colors as well. So there's a lot going on. But the cones are looking even better than last time, and that's saying something because they're already making you hungry. It is past lunchtime. I don't, at least in my time zone, it's past lunchtime, so I hope I don't make you too hungry to spoil your dinner. But I appreciate that very much, Kiwi. Thank you. All right, so we're just going to go in and just try to, as best we can, refine all these little shadow areas, because what I'd really like to do today, if I could, I really want to get these to the point where tomorrow, which is my off Twitch day, that I just need to clean them up. That would be my goal. If I can get all three of these done to the point where I just have to clean them up and paint the white backgrounds, that would be spectacular. I might be a little bit ambitious, so we'll just have to see how it goes. I'm going to take a little bit more blue and just put that in there, because as I see I'm going down on the shape of this shadow, it does actually lean a little more heavy into this kind of brighter blue tone. Of course, it still has the red and the yellow, so it's not like a super bright red or a super bright blue. But I just want to pay attention to that, because I don't want to, again, we don't let things slide, right? We don't want to ever just let things slide as just okay, and we don't want to get lazy with our colors as we go. So sometimes we need to tweak things over large areas, because it changes as it goes down into different shapes and different lighting. So we just try to pay attention. So we're just going in here, and I'm going to come back with another brush. There's interesting things that happen too. I hope, if nothing else, you get to learn to pay attention to the details of things, whether you're a painter or not, when you're in here. Because I think it's interesting when you start to notice how shapes and colors interact with each other. So if you really look at like this, for example, where ice cream melts up against the chocolate, there typically is this kind of, I'll call it a transition area. It has sometimes a bluish, purplish tint to it. And it's just kind of what happens when the white of the ice cream melts over that chocolate, and kind of the chocolate peeks through the color a little bit, and then the shadow is created in there as well. So there's a lot of things going on, but it's just kind of neat. I think it's neat because, again, I'm an art nerd. I think it's neat to pay attention to those kind of things just in life, because when I was starting to paint especially, and I was trying to train my eye to be better at recognizing color, what I would do is I walk around my house and I would look at various things in various lighting and say, how do I replicate that? And so I would try to go through the formula in my head for what colors I thought I would need to mix to be able to create the colors that were in front of me. And, it depends again on how the light is hitting different things, what time of day it is. That's another thing that I really, like when I did my cookie pieces last year, it might be a subtle thing, but I really did try to kind of create like a time of day for my lighting. And so yeah, so all of those things are really good to keep in mind for what you're trying to accomplish. Anything, you just don't want to. I try to make everything a very conscious decision. How's that? That's a better way to say it. I try to make everything a very conscious decision and not let anything happen within my painting that I just like, settling for, because I don't like to settle. I'm pretty picky, so I really don't like to settle for things. So I just try to keep pushing along. Sometimes that means that I end up putting ridiculous amounts of time into my paintings if I have some problem that I haven't been able to solve, or something that just doesn't seem to quite look right. So I mentioned, yesterday that I did the one large gingerbread house painting, which was, 5 gingerbread neighborhood, which was 5 large gingerbread houses with, all the fixins, and also these trees that I had made out of sugar cookies that had Lucky Charms rolled in green frosting. And they were some of the most difficult things that I've ever painted. So again, you can check out my website if you would like to see those trees. And just, I want you to, whether you're a painter or not, just try to imagine little old me trying to paint all those hundreds of shapes in the green frosting to make them look convincing in terms of, being a trompe-l'oeil painting. And so there were days, because it took me days to do those sections, and leave them and come back. And there were days that I was like, it's good enough, I'm not doing any more. And then I would leave it alone for a bit and come back to it and be like, all right, I figured it out. I know what I need to do. And then there'd be another day where I'd be like, that's it, I'm done, I'm out. And yes, so sometimes you just need to give yourself a break, but it's it's something you always have to push through, I think, to be a better painter than you were yesterday. That's all we can do, right? Just be a better painter, a better artist than you were yesterday. So that's my ultimate goal with all of my paintings. Of course, I hope that people like what I do and that it has some meaning and some purpose behind it. But yes, ultimately, is this someone coming in? I'm not sure. We'll have to see about that. But yeah, so there will be days. If you're an artist, just know that there will be days. There will be days that you feel like that you're ready to just throw in the towel. And something like, so I do actually paint very large. If you go on my website, I have some, and I don't know how to say his name, but yes, he's an amazing painter. I'm going to say Sparnay, but I'm not sure how to pronounce his first name ever. But yes, he is an amazing painter, amazing food painter. I do actually make some food paintings that are very, very large. So 5 feet was my largest for a giant fudge ripple ice cream cone. So yes, it's a different animal. It takes me a long time to paint them that way. On a good month, I can get one of those done that's about 4 feet tall in a month of full-time work. On a more complicated piece, it might take me 6 to 8 weeks. So yes, I do them. I don't do them as much nowadays as I did. So December and January, that was when I finished up my last large projects. They're very physically taxing because I still paint them all with these tiny brushes. So for me, it's very different. But yeah, please check out my website and you can see, if you go to the section that is particularly under 4 feet, I don't know what the metric system would convert that to. Does anybody know? I'm very terrible at the metric system. I apologize. It's big. I'm 5'6", so the 5-foot painting was just about up to here on me, and so a 4-foot painting would probably be up to about here. So yes, so they're big. They're very big, and And yeah, they're a different kind of animal. I'm kind of a food specialist, so you know they've mostly been ice cream, but I did do the giant gingerbread neighborhood as well. So yeah, so it's they're big. There's some videos of me painting the various big pieces, a few videos on TikTok that you can find, and a few probably on my Instagram somewhere as well. But yeah, it's I wish that the thing is with painting them, like I said, they're really lovely in the end. They really look beautiful, and they're real eye-catching. But they are, for me, just because of the way I paint in all these layers, they are exhausting. So I kind of restrict how many of those I can do. But yeah, I have done a number of them over the years. So it's something where, I mean, I've done crazy things. Like typically what I do, if you see the videos when I'm working on a really large piece, I usually sit on the floor. I don't have, because they're heavy panels, Sparnay works on canvas. And so he has a very large easel and he props his canvas up on some contraption of some sort. And he, can work that way and move it around. But for me, my panels are so heavy, I don't have an easel that can support that. So what I did years ago when I started doing this is gonna sound really weird, but I went to the hardware section of Walmart and I found these little braces that I think were supposed to hold up some kind of mechanical thing on the wall. And what I do is I simply hook them under my easel and I set the panel down on top of it. And I cover them with some kind of glassine paper, because what I found out is the first time I did that, all the black stuff that was on those little contraptions came off onto my panel. So I cover those up and I do put them there, and I sit on the floor usually. And so that is in itself a very taxing thing to do. And I usually work with my phone as my image reference, and so I'll put that on a tripod and move the tripod up and down with me, and I'm jumping around, standing up sometimes, painting sideways, painting it upside down. But what I found is it's terrible for my knees. And so in the end, what I've been doing is actually laying pillows all over the floor, and then I kneel on the pillows and work on it that way. So if you can imagine, it's not great fun, honestly. If I'm being quite blunt, I'm very happy with the opportunity to have painted them, and they are beautiful. But it is not a lot of fun to. Let's just say I'm really stiff by the end of doing one. And it is very physically taxing. It's also a little harder to see because, you always, when you're looking at a piece, at least for me, I look at a piece as I'm working on it and then I step way back. Why white backgrounds only? So good question. So I have found that I like the really contemporary look. So that's part of the answer to that. But the practical question, the practical aspect of that is that years ago, I was doing, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I was working on a show and they wanted me to do a bunch of 16 by 12 paintings. And I found that as I started working on them, that was going to take me about a year to do. And so I found that as I started working on them, acrylic is notorious for color mixing. There's something called color shift. So all the colors that you mix are slightly different. They dry slightly darker than what you see when they're wet. And there are some ways around that, but really it's very, very difficult to mix a color that's going to be exactly the same twice. And so since it was going to take me so long, I was afraid that if I damaged the backgrounds of any of my pieces, that I would not be able to fix them easily over that period of time. So I started doing the white backgrounds for a practical reason because I could just use white. But what I found was I like it a lot better. I like it because I think it makes everything look very clean, and my collectors agreed. So that was something that sort of became, I guess, a signature for me, that, you know, I have these very clean contemporary white backgrounds, and they look very, very nice when they're, you know, framed and displayed in people's homes. But that's both the practical reason and the aesthetic reason for that. So yeah, it's something that I've stuck with. I don't really want to. I've played with the idea of changing it up, but I like the white backgrounds. So I think that their simplicity adds to the focus of the piece. It's also actually incredibly challenging. You wouldn't think it would be, but it is incredibly challenging to paint something that looks real if you have a white background. And the reason for that is sometimes having a darker colored background or something coming out of shadow is a lot more forgiving than having it just exist. So it actually trained me, I would say, to be a better painter to do that. Yeah, so good question. All right, so I'm just going around here and trying to get a few of these little transition areas with this lighter color here, just this little shadow color. And then once that dries, I'm going to go back in and try to pull out some more of the white highlights, because remember, we started with a grayish color actually for this ice cream because we wanted to give ourselves room to bring the form up with different highlights. So we did a couple coats on that yesterday, but we want to have at least one or two more good passes on it too. So we're just going to do that. And all right, and I see one more spot that I just want to revisit here. Well, a couple more spots. Just right in here, because I want to make sure my shapes are accurate. And even at this stage, I've still missed things. So it really kind of is like a puzzle, you know? The whole process for me is a bit like a puzzle. All right. So we've got that. I want to go in with a little bit of a lighter color here and just go right over this. And we're just going to clean that up just a little bit. Yeah, I think that aesthetically, you know, because a lot of my work sells through interior designers, they like the clean white backgrounds too. It makes the pieces basically go with anything. And so that keeps things nice and contemporary and very flexible for design purposes. All right, I'm gonna go down here and just cover that up a little bit. There is a shadow there, but it's not really very prominent. All right, we're looking pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and flip this upside down. And I'm just gonna see if I can, just again, this is taking my, trying to train my brain to see things in a slightly different way. So that's a big reason why I flip it upside down. It really does challenge how you see things. And so, you know, if you've never drawn or painted before, or even if you have and you're just trying to improve your skills, I would say doing something like this is actually very, very useful. So there's a lot of various exercises you can find online that will say something similar, but really just getting started. Two quick things, take an image that you like, work at a 1-to-1 scale. It's very hard if you try to work at something that's like a small image and try to scale it up. You want to try, that's why I use my phone, try to work as close to a 1-to-1 scale as you can, because it's less work for your brain. And then, and just experiment with flipping your reference image and the surface that you're drawing or painting on upside down. And I pretty much guarantee that your results will be surprisingly better than you think. At what percentage of done you're with the current piece? Oh, at what percent? Oh, with the current piece. I would say this is, and I'm not sure if you can hear me right now because we're in an ad break, but if you can hear me right now, I would say these are 60 to 70% done, maybe. I'd say 60. So like I said, I'm very picky. So I really try to make things look very realistic in the end. Agile, yeah, sorry, Kiwi. We'll be done in just a few seconds. Okay. Turn the ice cream upside down, Dairy Queen style. I don't know what that means exactly. What does that mean exactly? Turn it upside down, Dairy Queen style. Yes, turning it upside down. You know what? These are, as I say, very complicated, right? Ice cream is probably one of the hardest things to paint, honestly, because it's just got so many shapes and colors and just so many things going on. So the way that I am able to do it is turn it upside down. That's a large part of it anyway. A lot of it is practice, right? But there has to be ways to make things a little bit easier on your brain to figure things out. It's not magic, as much as I like it to say that it is kind of magic. We'll flip their blizzards upside down. Oh, is a marketing gimmick. See, Kiwi is my translator. So apologies. Yes, I guess they do, right? I guess they do. Thanks very much. Yes, so maybe that has a special thing for them too. Yes, I apologize. Did I answer your question too? Again, I'm not sure how to say your name, but anyway, about the percentage, I said 60 to 70%, probably. You're a faster typer than me. Yeah, Kiwi is great. Well, she's on the ball because she knows that I need a translator, right? I have a shirt from many years ago. Okay, good. I have a shirt from many years ago that my family got me when I was young, and I don't know if you've ever heard of Far Side cartoons. That's kind of an older thing, but it is a shirt, and it has this little kid that says, he's pushing on a door. He's desperately pushing on this door and he cannot get inside. And it says, Midvale School for the Gifted. And then it has a little sign that says pull. So that's me. That's very much me. In my own little world, very good at certain things and very diggy at others. I apologize and I appreciate your patience with me. All right. So I can see already that this is looking a lot better to me. I'm not sure if you can really tell that yet. But for me, I can see that I'm, really getting kind of some soft transitions in here, and just starting to get these shapes a little more defined than they were. Just gonna go in here and put kind of a darker spot on this, and then go back into it with some highlights. Oops. And I'm just, since I just made that mistake, we're just taking a separate brush, and I just put a little bit of acrylic medium on it, and I can just wipe that right off. So I'm just gonna adjust this just a little bit. So we're aiming really highly for really good form today. We want this to go from being what I consider to be, you know, just okay. These are okay. These are something that maybe would be passable for, you know, a study or a beginner piece, I guess, but I want to try to make them really look three-dimensional to me. And so that just takes, you know, some time and patience, and hopefully me not making a mess everywhere, because I have been bumping my brush a lot. I guess that's because I keep glancing over at the screen, I'm not sure. But we're still gonna try, still gonna aim for that. And again, I'm just looking for these kind of, this is gonna be more, I would say, subtle work today. Yesterday was a lot of really blocking things out. And really getting things up to a significantly better level. But today is going to be a bit more subtle with these transitions, to make things look more natural. And so some of it's going to require that I leave areas alone and come back to them after they're dry. But if I get it right today, hopefully today, if I get it right, then they will be so much better. I promise. So much better than they are right now. But yeah, I like to say that I make paintings that are magical, right? I like to say that. I hope that they bring a little bit of magic into the world when I paint, a little bit of something beautiful that wasn't there before. But the process is just about time and patience. So it's really something that, again, I said yesterday, at some point I want to bring in some of my pieces that I did when I just, thank you, Kiwi, I really appreciate that. I'd like to bring in some of my pieces from when I started painting, though. Thank you. Because I want you to know, you know, for people who are, you know, just interested in art, I think it's interesting. And if you're an artist yourself, I think that, you know, it would be encouraging to know that wherever you are today, that you can get wherever you want to go. And it just takes time and practice. So I don't, you know, I think certain people maybe have some inclination towards the arts. Maybe you come at these conclusions of things on your own a little bit, but everybody can learn. And so I want art to be accessible for people, for whoever wants to make it. All right, we're doing pretty good. Ice cream's looking better. Again, it's just the gradual building up of these little transitions that take things from looking, you know, you could take a completely different approach to this painting and make it look very graphic, right? And if you did that, then you would want all these transitions to be very clean and be very, overemphasized and oversaturated and whatever. And so you could take a completely different approach. And that might be your style. Everybody's style is a little bit different. But for me, I want it to be as convincing as I can, I'll say again, reasonably make it, because, the truth is that like most, like most artists, I think I can be a little obsessive at times. And so I really do need to, at some point, stop myself on a painting and acknowledge that, this is my stopping point, that I, be able to accept a certain point of that. I try to push really hard to get something that is really, really good. But if nobody really stopped me, or if I didn't really have to for any reason, I again could just beat a painting to death and just work on it forever. But at some point you have to say it's as good as I'm going to be able to reasonably make it as a human being. I think I said something to that effect when I painted that giant fudge ripple ice cream cone, that sometimes you just have to say that to yourself, that that's as good as my 5-foot tall ice cream cone is going to get. So drawing one teacher kind of drilled into the head that art is done, and when you stop, it could be 1 second to 20 years. There's a quote from one of my professors that I do remember, and he probably paraphrased this from someone else, that said, and I've said it in here before, that it takes 2 people to finish a painting, one to paint it and the other one to hit them on the head and tell them when it's done. So I try very hard to keep that in mind. Once in a while, my husband is the person who will say, it's done, just move on. But I try not to rely on that too much, or put that kind of pressure on him. So I've had to learn that I have to be my own person to stop myself when everything starts to go a little awry and get a little bit too intense. Because some of my paintings, like if you want to really hear about the obsessive nature that I've had about some of my paintings, I say that I put 10, 12 glazes on a lot of these in various places. I could do so many more. I could do so many more to make them look really the way that I want. But I accept that I'm a human being and there's only so much time for me to make certain pieces. Hey, Solar Phonics, it's nice to see you. How are you doing today? So yeah, there's one piece for anybody in here who is like a gamer that might play Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons. You can go see on my website. I once painted a piece that was 18 by 24. You're still too hot. Well, it is July, so yeah, that's probably a little bit rough. What is the temperature over in your area of the world today? And I don't know the metric system, so I apologize, because I'm probably not going to know how to translate what it is. So I started this painting, and I think I painted it in 2018 or 2019, and it was just a pile of the gaming dice, like the 20-sided gaming dice, a lot of them. It's 34. Can you translate what that means for Fahrenheit for me? I think that means it's really hot. I learned that from Willow. She was trying to share that with me a couple weeks ago in here. So it's an 18 by 24 piece. Okay, and it's 80 degrees where you are. Okay. Mound, 80 degrees. Yeah, really hot, huh? 18 by 24, but it was a pile of dice, and they were the translucent dice, like the kind where the light passes through them. Yeah, no worries, Solar Phonics. I thought you were just saying it for emphasis. That's funny. It took me, I think, 2 or 3 months to paint it. Is 93. Thank you very much, Mound. Yeah, that's crazy hot. That is crazy hot. I used to live in Florida, so I kind of was used to crazy hot, but we just didn't go outside very much. You know, unless, well, my husband worked at Disney, so he went outside, but I didn't have to go outside that much. So, so yeah, we just kind of, at least I, I learned to live with it down there. But yeah, that's hot. But anyway, to do that, again, you can go find prints of it on my website, but to do that painting, it was just glazes and glazes and glazes to get it to look, again, my paintings are not like construction paper. They're kind of more, they're very translucent. You can see through a lot of the layers of paint. And so that one in particular really glowed. Like when the light would hit it, it really, really glowed. But very, very complicated, and it was one that I could have just kept applying glazes for the rest of my life if I didn't stop myself. You can't translate temperatures, only the internet logo. I know your limitations then now, Kiwi. I appreciate the effort though. I need to just learn the metric system because so many very kind people have come in here. And you know, you all are from all over the world, and that's wonderful. And I really suck at the metric system. I haven't learned it since elementary school, I don't think. We're not very good with that over here, and we really should be. So I do need to learn it. It would probably make my interactions a lot easier. Twitch made you switch from Fahrenheit to Celsius. Is that right? Because there were so many people from outside the States? That's funny. You're too American to remember. You're in Ohio, but you use Celsius Mound. How about that? That's funny. That's very funny to me. Well, you're probably much more adaptable to the rest of the world than the rest of us then. All right, I can see, so I'm going to show you a trick here because I can see, I don't think this is something, yeah. So this was a mistake that I made probably yesterday. And, well, I can scrub it off. I still might show you the trick. Maybe it was today. All right, we're just going to scrub this little mark off. If I can. And I'm just taking a little bit of medium on my brush, but I can see there's a little bit of a remnant. So I'm going to just show you a trick. If you work with acrylics, please, for the love of God, be very judicious with this method. But I'm going to take a very tiny piece of sandpaper. I'm going to wet it a little bit and just dry it off very gently. And I am going to go in here and I'm actually going to just very lightly sand off this mark. I don't want to sand too hard. What I just want to be able to do is sand it off enough that I can paint over that spot. No mistakes, happy accidents only. That's right. We try to look at everything as a positive. I appreciate that. You need to get working on your music again soon, Solarphonics. Nice. Yeah, so only happy accidents. I like that. I do try to stay very positive, and I do try to say that once in a while, you know, when I make marks that I don't love, I try to just make them work with the rest of the painting. But yeah, in that case, I really did need to get rid of it. So, but yeah, just a tiny bit of sandpaper. You don't want to dig, like, first of all, I paint on panel, so that's very different if you paint on canvas. You don't want to be doing that to canvas unless you have, I don't know, a different skill set than me. But again, I've done that a number of times with great success, and once in a while I have done it too hard and dug a hole in my surface. So yeah, so that is a real possibility. You can fix it. You can fix it, but it takes a while. You got to build back all your layers of gesso in there. So it's something that I've learned. I use a really smooth piece of sandpaper. I use just a little bit of water on it, and only when I really need to. So, all right. So let's go ahead. I want to turn this sideways now. We're just going to check ourselves. I think I'm going to go ahead, after I just double check this for a minute, I'm going to go ahead and put these two little marks of chocolate back in here. And so we're just going to work on that. So this is really a good detail day, which, you know, sometimes I think, I'm not sure how exciting this is for viewers to see, but you know, it's a necessary part of my work, so I have to do it. So I'm just going to go right around there. I want to make sure my shapes are correct. Okay. So I'm going to take just a smaller brush. This is very tiny. And I'm going to make these two marks here. I'm going to clean these little marks up here, and I'm going to do this little mark down here. So to do that, I am going to take my darker blue and my darker red and a little bit of yellow. And we're just going to see where we end up. That looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more red. And I'm probably going to lean a little bit more on the blue side for these two dots because they're a little bit darker. So let's just see. We'll put a little bit of medium in there. Okay, so I'm going to take, I cleaned off my brush. I'm going to take a little bit of medium, and I'm just going to just kind of feather a little bit of that edge, clean it up just a little bit to my liking. I will probably still revisit this area a bit later, but you watched what was that? Don't ever worry about existing people. Or existing people who want to watch. It's always exciting. I appreciate that, Mound. Thanks very much. Very exciting and taking notes. Thanks, Kiwi. Well, I appreciate the encouragement, and Solar Phonics, it's amazing. You guys are so nice. Because honestly, you know, I'm like, I don't know if everybody wants to see this stuff. Because, you know, I work tiny sometimes. So it's another level. Oh, I appreciate that, Solar Phonics. And you know what? I can figure out the misspellings. That is one thing I am able to do without Kiwi's help. So no worries on that. You watched, what was that say? Mound, you watched a sticky hand get thrown on a wall and fall for 2 hours? Exciting. Okay. Well, I'm glad that somebody out there in the world, several people, find this exciting. So thanks very much. That is encouraging. All right, we're just going to go right around here. And I want to, again, try to pay attention to my positive and negative shapes so that I can get this correct, right? Come right back up here just for a second. Put my glasses down on my nose. Honestly, I prefer when people do that because you're the same way. It's very relatable. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I am what I am. You know, like there's no way to fake this, at least for me. I just am what I am. Okay. It would be exhausting to like do this as a character for like hours a day. My goodness. That would be exhausting. But yeah, I figured, you know, like I said, my husband suggested that I do this. I would be painting anyway, so if y'all enjoy watching, like that's very cool. Your bird is done? It's did you say it's cooling you off too, Solar Phonics, to see the ice cream being painted? Well, that's worth it. That makes it all worth it then, I think, right? All right, so we have kind of, I have this like darker color, but it's not a super dark color, right? It's not as dark as like my darkest shadow colors. And so what it makes is this really nice kind of edge color for some of these chocolate pieces. So I'm just doing a little bit in there like that. So it's dark, but it's not too dark, right? So how did your bird turn out then, Kiwi? Are you happy with it? What kind of bird was it, by the way? I'm not very good at identifying birds, but now that I started gardening, suddenly it looks like everybody in the world, all the birds in the world, like hanging out back in my yard. So I've gotten to see a lot more than I used to. All right, so that looks a lot better. A little bit more cleaned up than it was. What is it? A bird with orange neck, brown wings, brown toupee, and a white belly. It's kind of pudgy looking. Interesting. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I'm going to take your word for it that that's what that is. Yeah, interesting. You're happy with it since it's your first attempt, but you're going to make more to practice. Nice. That is what we do, right? Practice, 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 practice. Like I said, when I started painting like the ice cream cones, not all of them turned out very well. I don't think so anyway, according to Pinterest. Oh, that's the name of the bird according to Pinterest? That's funny. Yeah, not everything that I did turned out right. You just have to keep trying different things until you figure it out. But I would say most of it really comes down to still training my eye better and better, because again, I always say that I'm not painting ice cream, right? I'm just painting a bunch of abstract shapes. If you look at it that way, that this is a bunch of abstract shapes that eventually come together to form ice cream, that's the only way I would be able to paint something so complicated. And what it means is if I choose to, I can really paint anything, right? It's commonly called a Rouge George, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I've not heard of that, but again, I'm not really a bird aficionado, so. All right, so I'm gonna come over here. Just do a little bit in here. And this is a nice spot where this chocolate just kind of touched over the edge of this nut. It's kind of melted into the chocolate, or excuse me, like kind of embedded into the chocolate. And so it makes this really pretty transition there, I think. I can see though, like when I've turned this now, I feel like these shadows in here in this part of my ice cream are still not correct. So again, I think it's something I need to revisit. I'm gonna go back to this color. I'm gonna keep using my smaller brush though, because I feel like that will help me attack this a little better. And this is something that it's just part of the painting process. You searched for the word burb. And what did you come up with when it says that? So I'm just, gonna go in here and just keep adjusting. Because that's what we do. Because it doesn't always come out formulaic as much as we might wish that everything would come together more easily. Sometimes it is just a process of experimentation. So I'm just going to go in here and just refine this a little bit. There's many pudgy birds and they're beautiful. That's cute. I did this painting that it was one of my cookie paintings. And it has 3 little baby cookie birds, 3 little bluebirds in it, and a mother. And if you look at it, I mean, it's very cute. But I say that what inspired it is this family of robins that nests on my porch every year. And so I learned, in the beginning, I was trying to deter them by putting shiny objects. And I see everybody's in an ad, so I'm gonna have to wait on that. But that is one of my many, well, not many, it's one of my cookie paintings. It's my only bird one though. All right, so I'm just gonna go in here. I wanna definitely make sure. Add gel, yes. All right, so we're just gonna make sure that I get this color dark enough because I need to make this shape right around this nut here. That's really the part that is mostly missing. That's better. All right. And again, I'm gonna go just a little darker in here and a little darker in here. Right, like that. We're almost at the end of our ads. All right, so everybody's back, right? So I was saying that the only bird painting I did was my cookie painting last year, and I called it Sing. And it has 3 little baby birds and the mama bird, and they are on pretzel tree branches that I made. So I made it look like the pretzel sticks were tree branches. And I'm so glad, Kiwi. And and there's little music notes floating in the air, and the little birds are cookies, and there's some little cookie, cookie leaves. And so it's a very sweet painting, and it was inspired because there's this family of robins that nest on my porch every year. And I used to get really upset because they would dive bomb me every time I tried to get a package off of the porch. And, they were just being protective. So I used to hang up shiny things on the porch to try to get them to stay away. And they were so persistent that it just didn't work. And what I realized was, you're going to say I'm a sentimental sap, but I am. What I realized was that I was really lucky. I was really lucky that this family of birds felt safe enough to come back here every year and have their babies in my porch light. And so I started to make friends with them. So eventually they learned to trust me, and it was very sweet that I could go out in the yard and the little baby birds were hopping around in the front yard by my feet. And so they, I thought, well, what a sweet moment. And I was trying to get rid of it. So, Kiwi. Yeah. So I think that's, kind of one of those things where I hope that when people look at any of the work that I do, that you remember to, kind of like slow down in your life and not be so disrupted or annoyed when things seem to get in your way, and instead just try to appreciate the little things that are out there. So yeah, I'm a sentimental sap that way, but it's all right. I'm okay with it. They really were very cute, the little birds. You're a sentimental sap too? I'm glad, Kiwi. We're kindred spirits then. That's nice to know. All right, I'm just gonna go in here. Like I said, this might not be totally perfect today, but I'm gonna try to get it so that really, I'm hoping all I have to do tomorrow is really get in there to maybe clean up some of the details and paint the white backgrounds and so forth. But we're going to really try to get these substantially done today, all three of them. We're going to aim. Anyway. Well, this is a place for sentimental saps. So anyone else out there who's a sentimental sap, you know, I try to say I paint happy stuff. And what I really paint is things that I think I just want to remind you about the beauty and simplicity of life, right? So even an ice cream cone, telling a simple story of this ice cream cone in 3 little panels, it's because this is like the passing of moments, right? And they're all beautiful. They're all beautiful moments. So anything that I do, there's some intention behind it. I don't consider myself to just be, you know, well, I'll just say there's a saying that says that, you know, all still life has some narrative to it. So, you know, there's different narratives to each of the pieces that I paint, even ice creams. So, you know, that's what we try to do. That looks so much better. So much better. Okay. I'm pretty content with my ice cream at this point. I'm going to go ahead and just leave it alone, I think, and then come back to it later. So we're going to move on. And I'm just going to put one more little swoop in here. Right here. So I think what I want to address now, because again, we bounce around, right? So what I want to address now is the chocolate. So the chocolate is a tricky thing. It's pretty good. I think the shapes are relatively okay. But you know, it doesn't have quite enough form yet. And some of the shadows need to be cleaned up as well. And I'm going to have to come back to do this, but we are actually going to put some of these little frosty highlights in here. We're just not going to do that right away. So what I'm going to do is mix up color that I think is going to bring out this form a little bit better. And I think that I'm going to do that first before I go up into these 2 areas here, because these areas, if you look at them, have much more shadow in there. So I'm going to go ahead and mix up a color. Again, we did several layers on this already, but we're going to do another with this bright red, some of my yellow, and just a tinge of my blue. And we're going to just see if we can get this to shape out a little bit better for us than we have already. So let's just see. Again, I'm going to have to just try it and see how it works. And that's probably not cool enough. So I want a little bit more blue in there. Just a bit. Let's try it again. I might even, I'm not going to put a touch of white in there. I'm just going to do this. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay. What I want to try to do is essentially cool the colors down as I go to make them look like they are sticking out more than the layers underneath. So everybody's palette's going to be a little bit different for that, especially depending on what you paint and how you light it. But for me, I typically structure my paintings to be very cool highlights and very warm shadows. That just works for me. So, you know, your paintings might be completely different if you're a painter. And again, we don't want to go over this whole thing. It's not a coloring book, right? We want to just pick the strategic areas that will help us to bring out this form. So they do look cool. Thanks very much, Solar Phonics. I appreciate that. I hope so in the end. I hope they'll look cool. I try. I try my best. All right, so this is much, much better. And I don't know if you can see, this is probably the easiest place to see the delineation between the 2 colors, but it's also the place where the highlight is, you know, a little bit stronger. So And I don't want this to be a coloring book. I want to try to follow where the light is actually hitting. I am going to need to, I'm going to come back to that, but I am going to need to add a little bit of white and a little bit more yellow to get these lines in here that are underneath the chocolate. Let's just go right in here for now. I appreciate everybody who has stopped in to see at least partial progress on these the last few days too, because I do think, you know, that it's interesting to see, if you can remember what they look like at the beginning. You're trying to make out if this is coming from source or not, or is it the brain thinking, what? Yeah, no worries, Kiwi. Trying to make out if it's coming from source or not. Are you saying the coolness that you're feeling? You know, that's funny. Ah, yes, as it comes down the chute. Very true. All right, so I'm going to add a little bit of white to this and a little bit more yellow and a little bit more red actually. And what I'm going to do with this is just try to see if I can address just a little bit of glaze in there of these shapes here, which I haven't really done justice to. And I'm going to just not really, I'm not going to apply this glaze very heavily, and I'm also not going to apply it very uniformly because I want this to look kind of just like, you know, again, very organic. You see what we birth it on the paradigm. You see what I mean? Sorry if I'm getting heavy. No worries. I get heavy in here too, Solar Flames, once in a while. It's just, you know, we're artists, right, man? It's in our nature. So we're gonna get a little bit heavy sometimes. We think deep thoughts. We think a lot of deep thoughts. So sometimes it's gonna get a bit heavy. That's not a worry. All right, so let's just see. I think I want a little bit more red in this than I have right now, just to try to address this. So let's just take a look right in here. So I'm just gonna kind of like dot this a little bit. Again, I don't want it to look, you know, like blocks. Like I don't want it to be look like blocks of shape. I want it to look just like some little forms that are kind of peeking through the chocolate. So yeah, I get a heavy a little bit. Sometimes, you know, I was talking yesterday about some of the writers that I used to have at the magazine that I worked at, and you know, they were writing pieces that were inspirational for artists, not just visual artists. A lot of them were writing for, you know, all sorts of the arts. And yeah, that can get a little bit heavy. But you know, I think that creative people, our brains just work a little bit differently, right? We're kind of live in our own world sometimes. And I think that, you know, and we simultaneously try to make the world a little bit of a better place. So yeah, maybe that means we lean a little bit heavy sometimes. But we have different, it's a different way of, I don't know. I always felt like it was a different way of seeing life than some other people do. but I think that everybody has the ability to see it with those kind of creative eyes. And, so that's really, I think that's ultimately the goal of art, right? Is the goal of art is not just to share our perspective, but to help to open up other people to finding maybe even just their own perspectives that they're comfortable with. So we are trying to work out why we like to draw or why we like to do what we do or paint. Yeah, that's exactly right, I think. But I mentioned like that I mentioned before that I was aware of like a school district and everyone was very conformative, and that all the students came out basically thinking the same about life, and I thought that was very sad to me. And so I think that art of any kind, art, music, literature, whatever, writing, that it starts to open your mind to the way that you can have a perspective that's your own. And that's really what it should do. I don't want you to have my perspective. I'm happy to share my perspective, but my goal is different. My goal is to get you to, my personal goal, I guess, is just hoping that people find some more optimistic and hopeful viewpoints for life and the world. So that is what I do. I try to make things that are happy and beautiful to capture those moments that I hope help other people to remember the moments in their life. See, I got heavy too there, Solar Phonics. It just happens, it just like rolls out sometimes. So you had a choir sequence once. You were putting to a pic. The pic was a sunrise, and realized that the sequence works with all images, flower or sunset. It was amazing. Nice. Very nice. There's, I have kind of like, I've said before, sometimes in the past, I've like watched movies or whatever. I'm just gonna flip this upside down the chute. That's right. So I'm gonna work on some of these shadow areas right over in here. I used to watch a lot of movies and stuff when I painted, but I did find that they were quite distracting. But I'm gonna tell you my weird brain stuff now. Hey Cupie, it's nice to see you taking a break from the Pokemon event for a crazy storm passing through. Well, I hope everything is okay. How did your shark tooth hunting go last night? And that's very cool. How's your tournament going too, I should ask. So Mound, I love that little graphic. That's very cute. Very, very cute. What was I saying? I don't remember now. Cupid came in and my whole world came down. Yeah, I think it's gone. We'll have to come back to that. We'll table that for whatever that was for a moment. All right, so we're doing good. You found the biggest tooth you ever have. It is broken, but even broken is far larger than my biggest. Not quite meg-sized. I'm still thinking, oh, really? It was a big great white? Really? That's crazy. Yeah, QB was going shark tooth hunting and explaining that to me yesterday. And that's just nuts. And that's crazy if you really found... now for something completely different. That's right, Mount. Yeah, I apologize. Like I said, kind of dingy sometimes. I don't remember what I was saying. So that's okay though. As long as the painting gets done. As long as the painting gets done and I can find my way back to the kitchen and living room later on today, then I'm okay. So it's all right. But that's crazy, QP. Down the chute, that's right. Movies, And Cupid, see, she keeps on top of me. Movies being distracting. Thank you, Cupid. I appreciate it. Yes, so I found that movies and TV were distracting for me. The only exception was, it was amazingly profound. The only exception was that if I watch something that I know very well, where I don't have to concentrate or ever look really at the screen, then that seems to be okay. But really, I will tell you, oh, that's what it was. See, y'all hold me accountable. The thing that I found was the most effective, and I don't do it that often, and I should, was if I picked out one instrumental piece. And I really love this modern instrumental piece called Happy Paula that was featured in the film Penelope. Did you ever see the film Penelope? And I listened to it over and over and over and over again. So I'm talking like 8, 10, 12 hours over and over and over. And if I do that, it gets me in the zone for whatever reason. That is the thing that just resonates. I always think certain music resonates with your soul. At least that was always my my position. But yes, if it resonates with my soul, then I can paint to it, and it will make me crazy efficient. And yes, Solar Phonics says yes, yay, and yeah. And Kiwi, you can watch the Transformers Prime series. Is that right? You can watch it, and then it doesn't distract you from whatever you're doing. Yeah, there's different things like that. I mean, I used to watch a lot of movies when I was a kid, so there are occasions when I can do that, but yes, the music thing, that was the only thing that really gets me into that real zone. So yeah. But everybody has something different, right? Everybody has a different thing. So it's we're gonna go back to these actually while this is upside down. Just want to go back in here and address these a little bit better. Just going to brighten them up. I'm actually using the same color, but I'm just going to go over them with a second coat and just a little more judiciously. And those look a lot better already. So I was really proud, actually, Solar Phonics, because Happy Paula, if you've not heard of it, it's a fairly difficult song for a little fledgling piano player like me, and I taught myself maybe a couple years ago how to play it, and I was really proud because I was able to do that, and that was probably one of the most difficult pieces because, like I said before, I don't have a lot of experience playing like true classical music. But I could play Happy Paula, and I was really happy about that. It's like I said, certain music, it just feels like it resonates with your soul. I don't know how else to say it. Let's flip that right side up. That looks so much better, right? Yes, Solar Phonics, agreed. Power of music. It's interesting if you put different songs on too, it kind of changes what your feel of your painting is. I bet there was a major minor chord shift. There probably was. Yeah, I think there was. It's so many chords and it's just constant. It's very intense. Yeah, but I really love the piece. So, all right. So we're doing actually really well on this, I think. But I'm a little partial. So let's see what we can do next. I think that I want to actually let this one dry. Is that what I want to do? Let me see. I think that's the smartest thing to do. We'll say that. We're going to let this one dry, and we'll come back to it. And we're going to go back to this one now. And so we're essentially going to try to do the same thing. We're going to try to get this one up to the level that we just brought this one up. Okay, so we started out. Let's just try to go in the same pattern. Let's go in and we're going to kind of fix some of these shadowy areas. So I'm going to go in with my blue, and this is in the ice cream, a little bit of yellow and a little bit of my darker red, and then some white. So we'll just try, as long as my brain doesn't fail me, to progress in relatively the same order that that we did on the other one. Kiwi says, played the piano since childhood and I still struggle with sight reading. Yeah, I feel your pain. I'm very much out of practice. And, you know, I was never super great at it, but I really loved doing it. So, you know, there's a handful of songs that I am really, really pretty good at. And then, and sight reading, I'm just out of practice. So yeah, it could be a bit of a struggle in that way. So yeah, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. But I'm very, very glad that I got to do it. My piano is 150 years old, and it is the same piano that my grandma had in her basement when I was young. And then when I got a little bit older, they gave it to us. And it's right over there. It's an upright. And you know, it's not perfect, right? But it's beautiful to me that it's so old. And I mean, for 150 years old, it's actually in pretty dang good shape. And so, you know, I really love it as part of the room. You recently learned Piano Man? I did used to play Piano Man. And so, yeah, that's actually a kind of difficult song to play as well. But that's pretty cool. You know, I remember I played Piano Man a few years back, and, you know, my husband was in the other room, and he said at one point to me, he's like, why do you always play depressing music? I'm like, Piano Man's not depressing. He's like, really? And then I thought about the lyrics. I'm like, oh, no, I guess it's really super depressing. So, yeah, I don't know. It's such a lovely song, though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess they are a lot of depressing songs, but I didn't do that on purpose. No, it's fine. It makes me happy. Good. See? See? To my husband in the other room makes Kiwi happy too. Especially if you're just playing it and not singing it, right? It's just a beautiful song. And it's still a beautiful song. It's just, you know, you can't really think about the sad stories in it, I suppose. But it's nice to be able to play, isn't it, Kiwi? Just once in a while. Nice to be able to play. Um, it just always makes me, it always makes me feel a little bit lighter when I play. In high school, and this might sound a little bit silly, but as I got into, I think it was just my senior year, I really loved music, and I didn't want to. I wanted to play the piano, and the only time that I could do that was during my lunch break. And so the music teacher very kindly allowed me to come down to the music room on my lunch break, and instead of sitting with my friends in the cafeteria, and, you know, I always kind of like just, you know, time on my own anyway. And then the other people who also enjoyed music thought, huh, what a nice idea. And by the end of the year, I think there were like 30 or 40 of us that were just hanging out in the music room. And I would play the piano sometimes and they would sing. So that was my lunches in high school, at least the last half of the year. But that was fun. I do miss that. All right. So again, we're just kind of fixing the shadows on the ice cream, just like we did to this one. And so I want to just try to pay attention here. I started a movement, yeah. I wonder if it continued after I was gone, because there were younger people in there too. I don't know. But I hope so. There's worse things in the world, right? Than like kids going to hang out in the music room during lunch. So I hope it was a movement. All right, so I'm gonna flip this upside down. I wanna be able to see this a little more accurately for these shadow areas, and then to go in with my highlights. So I'm just gonna go in here. All right, so there's some difficult places in here where I can see that I'm really off, really off. So I'm gonna have to go in and fix those if I want this to, again, be much more accurate, much more representational of real life. So I'm gonna go in here and try to darken this up a little bit and change the color just a bit as well. Need a little bit more yellow here. Let's go in here. These are subtle changes, but you can see that they'll all add up. Aw, Solar Phonics, what a nice comment. Thanks very much. I don't think I'm an inspiration, but I appreciate that. That's very kind. You made my day. Thank you. All right, so let's just go in here and see. Thanks, Kiwi. You guys are so nice. Okay, Kiwi. Thank you, Solar Phonics. Aw, thanks very much. That means a lot. Thank you. I want people to feel comfortable here, you know? I want people to be able to talk like normal, like the way normal people, normal artists, like this is just the way we are, right? And so I think that we tend to feel uncomfortable trying to, what's the right way to say it? To fit the traditional mold, I guess. So, yeah, so anyway, I try to just be myself, and I think that hopefully that makes other people comfortable to be themselves as well. But I was always, you know, I was always like one of those people that I always thought this way. I always like thought along these lines, I suppose. And you know, when I worked at the magazine, like I took that job very seriously because that job was, the magazine was intended to help artists succeed, not just monetarily, but just overall as human beings, as creative people. And I took that job very seriously. I tried to anyway. I tried to think about what artists, and again, it was visual artists for the most part, but really just artsy people. I tried to think about what they need, just knowing how I thought, even though I wasn't a very strong artist at the time, but just thinking about, you know, my perspective on life, I suppose. And so yeah, so maybe I bring a little bit of that to the here. I will say I have a hard time with social media though. I'll be very honest. I can do it. I don't love it. I can do it though. But it all feels very it all feels very much like we're I don't know, trying to one up each other, right? Uh, you were just saying that? Oh. So I struggle a little bit with social media because I actually found the most successful that I truly was on social media. Believe it or not, I don't check my social media except for Twitch and YouTube. Is that right, Kiwi? Yeah, I find it to be quite stressful sometimes. I don't think that there's, you know, I found that the most success I had was last year when I simply started putting out my newer paintings and just being like very honest and you know, again, maybe a little bit silly, but in saying like that I was trying to save the world. So I was making a body of work that I wanted to have a very positive impact on the world. And I don't know, some people resonated with that, more people than I ever had before. And with the type of work that I was putting out then. And that was, you know, just me being like sincere and not trying to calculate what the algorithm, because that's really all you're fighting, right, in social media, not to calculate what the algorithm was trying to force me to do. You were told last stream that I sounded like someone famous that has induced performance anxiety. Is that right? That's funny. That has induced performance anxiety. Interesting. Well, I guess maybe it's not funny. I don't know. But they said you sounded like someone famous. So maybe that was good. I don't know. But yeah, it's you know, social media, like there's wonderful things. So I think this, I'm pretty comfortable doing this, honestly. You have to stop streaming for a while. Well, I understand that. You know what? Not everybody is very nice, right? Not everybody's very nice. And I will tell you in all honesty, I have mentioned that one of my favorite readings is the book by Thoreau, that is Walden, and specifically the chapter that is called Solitude. And it is because there are days where I just want to go live in a cabin in the woods and not have to associate with humanity. And so that is totally okay, Solar Phonics, for you to take a break, because the world is not always a nice place, right? And so we do our best to get through. So I guess that's another reason why, yeah, it's another reason why I hope that I can make this place just a little peaceful escape for some people to come and hang out and just, you know, not feel like they have to be part of the noise, not feel like they have to be part of that competing social media grind. And it's just like we all need a little bit of respite, I think. So yeah, I totally understand. I've taken very long breaks from social media. I still haven't been really on my Instagram in, you know, a long time, and I need to get back to doing it. I am in a place where I feel like I can do it again. And it's fine. And it's not even that anybody was mean or anything to me, but I just find it exhausting. I don't like seeing other posts all the time. And so, you know, I understand from my business point of view that I need to, you know, do certain things. But I'm finding ways that I can do that and maybe, you know, not subject myself to so much noise. So yeah, that's very nice of you, Kiwi. Yeah, he should take as long of a break as you need. People are not always people are not always the best. And that's a terrible truth that sometimes we just have to sometimes we just have to live with that knowledge. And yeah, it's it stinks. But you can come hang out with us. So that's, if I can get my head around it, I shouldn't worry. Yeah, I mean, it's hard though to develop a thick skin like that. Like, I will say, my husband has more experience with this than I do. But like, when I did start, posting on TikTok again after a really long break, that there were some very mean people, and I was like, I didn't even post anything that I thought was controversial, but there were some very mean people, and I was like, I didn't know what to do with them. And my husband would just say, you ban them. And I was like, well, I don't want to be mean, and I was just trying to be accepting. Maybe they had a point. And he's like, no, you just ban them. So now I just do. If people are negative, if they're if their intention is to be critical or rude, then I just ban them. And now I've empowered Cupie here, my husband and I, to be one of my moderators. So Cupie is a moderator right now. And yes, so maybe we can empower more of y'all in the future here. But yeah, we just ban people. If they're gonna rain on our parade, we just ban them. So and I try to do that on my other places as well. But it is amazing how creative people get. Yeah, he's right. That's right. I really was letting it get to me. I would like lose sleep at night thinking like, oh, this person said this and maybe they're right. And, I guess I shouldn't have written it in this way. And he's like, no, you just ban them. So yes, just ban them. That is the rule. So anyway, that's what we do. But we just try to keep it positive in here, right? Just try to keep it positive. So the world is always going to be the world, and there are going to be terrible people in the world for whatever reason, but there's also, and we have to remember, that's right, Kiwi, there's also a lot of really wonderful people, and all of you people in here have been really wonderful. So I'm very appreciative to know that you're out there. And so, we just have to support each other then, right? I think. So that's, yeah, that's just my humble little opinion. But, there's still days where I want to just go live in a cabin in the woods. So not see anyone in the world. Maybe everybody feels that way sometimes, but, sometimes I do. That's part of the reason you're hesitant to start streaming. Yeah, I understand that, Kiwi. And I was a little hesitant too. My husband said that I would be very good at this, and I was worried, that I would have people coming in here and harassing me. And I've had a few very briefly, but he's trying to he's working simultaneously while he's watching me do these, and so he's pretty good with the ban if he needs to. And so, yeah, I mean, that's what I would say to y'all. If you're hesitant to start streaming, anytime somebody says anything that nobody has any right to make you feel bad. Nobody has that right to make you feel bad. And so, if you're hesitant to start streaming for that reason, I totally understand, but you just ban them. You ban them all. And so, don't even if you do like I did, and just, do as I do and not, or do as I say and not as I did. But, I really was losing sleep. I really was. And that was really not good for me. To worry about these people. He made it very clear to me. I just want to make this clear for anybody else. People keep asking me, and like, I don't know if I can take the mental load. Yeah, I understand. I do. But I would say I've been doing okay in here. Sometimes it's hard because I'm not used to talking, right? But I have been doing okay in here. And my husband would tell me when he was coaching me through this before, about the other social media stuff, he would tell me that you don't owe anyone anything. So I don't have to let those people in my brain. And the second that you do, you give them a power over you. And there's just some terrible people. So yeah, you'll let us all know if you do. Just, yeah, I understand. To see if you have enough time. You know what? Y'all have all been so nice in here, and I really think, you can empower the people that you've met in here and in other places to be your moderators. And I'm quite sure Solar Phonics would be happy to ban people for you if you came back. So, and vice versa, right? So we all have to create a safe space for each other. I think that's what we have to do. But yeah, you don't have to give anybody the right, and nobody has that right to make anybody feel bad. I let people do that long enough. So at various points in my life, but nobody has that right. So yes, just recruit each other to be each other's protectors for that kind of thing. See, Solar Phonics is volunteering. Aw, there you go. So yeah, I mean, I think that's all it is. It's all it comes down to. It's just there's always going to be people who are difficult to deal with, and that's really nice. I'm glad to see that you two are exchanging information in that way, and that you'll help each other out in that way, because that's really important. It really is important to do that. Yeah, it's you don't want, I guess what I've learned, it's been a lot of hard lessons for me, but I am who I am. I don't want to be embarrassed or ashamed of any of that. I don't want anybody else to have any power over me in determining what I should or shouldn't be. And there's very nice people like you all who are, you two are the best. Thank you for all the support and encouragement. Oh, that's very nice. There's no reason to let other people ruin any part of your life. There's just, that's easier said than done, but it's really true. It's really true that I still believe that there's more good people in the world. Not everybody believes this, but I still believe there's more good people in the world than bad. It's just the bad ones who tend to be a little vocal. And so we just have to, band together and like I said, just support each other, because we are, as Solar Phonics and I were exchanging earlier, we are the ones that are trying to make the world a better place. So, I don't think anybody who, feels that way, who wants to make the world a better place, should ever feel ashamed or abandoned or discouraged or whatever, just because there's terrible people out there that exist. So anyway, there's my rant for the day. There's always one, at least one. Yeah, no worries, Kiwi. Well, anyway, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. We really appreciate it. And I hope that I'll see you again in here soon sometime. So thank you for being so positive and supportive too. All right, so we're doing pretty good. Can you translate as good as it got to go? Thank you, Jake. I figured that one out on my own, but thanks very much, Jake. I really appreciate you letting me know. And yes, I know Kiwi would have translated that for me, but yes, I did figure that one out. Thanks very much. I hope that you'll stop back in again sometime too. We'll flip this around just so you can see right now where we're at. These look so much better. They really do. They look so much better right now. So we're going to keep going on these for a couple more hours at least, guys. And whoever gets to stay and hang out, Thanks very much. I appreciate it. All right, so let's flip this around just so we match. I'm really very happy where these are at right now, actually. We're just gonna come in here with a bit more white and just try to build this out a little bit. Aw, thanks so much, Jake. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be back on Monday and then again next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So thank you very much. It's always nice to see you in here. All right, so we're just gonna try to keep building out these shapes. I think I'm gonna take a few moments and actually just work back and forth between these two ice creams. And when I say the ice creams, I mean like the actual ice cream part, so that I can make sure that that they're both kind of coming along in tandem with each other. That the colors are, you know, roughly convincingly the same in each, and that just in their convincing nature that we're kind of close. And then I'll return to this chocolate here. But I just want to work on these areas a little bit. It doesn't take much though, right? Just a few little marks here and there, and suddenly they go from looking very ordinary to looking much more convincing, I think. So, so that's always encouraging for me, actually, to see when things really start to take on that semi-convincing nature. And these look a lot better, I think, just in this little bit, just in these few marks. So we're doing pretty good right now. All right, let's just do a few more marks, and then I'm gonna flip back, like I said, to this piece. That's much better too. All right, so we were working out the shape there. I was working out the shape there, just in case you couldn't tell. This little piece looked a little bit off to me. And I just want to try to pay attention again to how the light is hitting these, so that I'm not going too crazy with my highlights in here, but that I am taking this up to just to increase the form that's in here. All right. So again, doing pretty good up here. Let's just fix this a little bit again. This just looks so nice. I get a little tickled when things like really, you know, just start to, just a little bit, start to take on some form. in a way that I think is really convincing. Like I said, usually what I do is try to find one small area in a painting, like I did kind of with the Neapolitan over here. I find one small area where I'm like, oh, okay, that's something good. I like that. I need to bring the rest of the painting up to that level. And then it's just, you know, trial and error until I can figure out how to do it. But that's always the goal. So I want to make sure this is a drip, but it's not quite, I don't quite have that shape yet. That's a little better. All right, so I'm just gonna flip real quickly back to this other image, just because I want to try to go in here while I have this white fresh in my mind and fresh on my palette. And let's just see. By the way, if you haven't read Walden, which is a very big undertaking, and I understand not everybody's into old writing, but I would encourage you just to maybe check out that chapter on solitude. And you can find some narrations on that on YouTube. And it's just a lovely, if you're an artsy person, I think, any kind of creative, and you need a little bit of maybe just reassurance that other people think like you, and they have historically always been people who think a little bit like you. It's a really nice chapter to read or listen to. And you know, everybody has their own little, I like to create my own little world, so that's kind of what I do here when I paint. I'm in my own little world. Like I said, I have a tiny garden in my backyard. That is also my little world. I think I'm just at that point in my life where I just want my own little tiny world. And so you're invited to come hang out with me in my tiny world. And so there's something to be said for that, I think. It doesn't always have to be constant go, go, go. Sometimes it's nice to just slow down. I did used to go, go, go. I did that for years. But yeah, it's just a different point in life now. These really look so much better, and I think that when I get to the next stage, which is going to be to really work on the nuts, that they're really going to take on new life. So I'm looking forward to getting to that. Like I said, I'm always a little bit ambitious. I always think I'm going to be able to accomplish a little bit more than what I actually can. But that's all right. I aim high, and then we'll just see how we do. But those really just look so much better. I'm so much happier with them now than I was before. All right, let's switch back again. One thing I do try to do, this is very random, but I also try to kind of, again, I like to hide my brush strokes. So there's a few ways that I do that. One way is to alternate the direction of the brush strokes. Yes, thanks very much, Kiwi. No way, and no worries. I figured that one out on my own, so I appreciate it though. Um, but yes, thank you very much for remembering me to be my translator. But yeah, so you can see like on the white here, I just kind of went in the opposite direction that I did before. And so what that will do is kind of counteract the brush strokes that I had laid in. Another way that I do that is with my little stippling brush, and I'm not doing that right at this moment, but I am going to do it on one of these other little paintings here a little bit later. So I'll show you how I do that as well. And I'm just going to go in here. This is a little complicated, but I'm going to do it anyway. So we're going to do that during the break here. And I'm just going to go in and try to make some little marks. And kind of spread this out. They're dragging you out of your art hole. All right, so we'll just come in here. And so I'm just going to taper this edge. So I just want to make this, I'm a little art gremlins, I ain't built for a real world in real life. Yes, thanks very much, Kiwi. I'm going to figure this out eventually in real life. That one I'm sort of familiar with. Isn't that really sad? I don't know these things, but thank God Kiwi's here, because she can help me with these translations. Yeah, I understand. Well, you know what? If you need a moment of respite once you're out in the real life, you can always turn me on here. So, or one of the many other wonderful artists that are here on Twitch as well. And you know, we're always here for a little bit of an escape. We're here for you. We have to make a slang guide for Kim. Yeah, I really need one. Honest to God, I need to study it too, because I really like it is like a completely different language. And like I said, I really feel like Rip Van Winkle. Like I went to sleep one day, I stopped using social media for a bit because I was so busy with my work and so busy in my personal life. And then I woke up one day and suddenly the world had been taken over by AI and all this lingo that I don't know. So it really was very strange for me. So, like I said yesterday, I mean, y'all are lucky I can turn the camera on. And the truth is, I don't actually turn it on. My husband turns it on for me. So there's some tech things that I'm okay with. I can do certain programs and stuff, but most of this is very, very foreign to me. And so, thank goodness I have people like my husband and Kiwi and QP and everybody else that's helping me through. So that's very nice to know. All right, so I'm just gonna go in here. So I'm just kind of applying a few little scattered marks in here, and then I'm going in with a little bit of medium on a different brush and just gonna try to disperse it so that it looks a little bit more convincing. You'll make me a PDF. Thanks very much, Kiwi. That was one thing that I was quite nervous about coming on here, because I told my husband, I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even know how to like translate all of this, these abbreviations and things. And he's like, it's all right. You'll figure it out. So, yeah, it's been okay. People like Kiwi are around for me. So, thanks. I am who I am, right? All right, so we're just taking this and making these just a few little dots in here. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna switch brushes now. I'm gonna rinse off this one, and I'm gonna use the little one, because I can see just a few little lines, little tendrils of this frozen stuff coming off right here. And for me, it's things like this. Thanks very much, Kiwi. It's things like this that really, to me, make my paintings, make them look, start to elevate them into a different realm, by just adding some little details like this. So, but I didn't rush to this, right? Because I've been working on these for a few days, trying to get the form right on everything. And then I can come back once I do that and really try to get everything detailed out. So form first, details later. And that is a danger sometimes, that people rush very quickly, artists rush very quickly to doing the details too soon. So if you're putting that little glimmer in someone's eye when you're doing a portrait before you understand what the structure of their face is, that's a bad place to be. So, always work on your structure first, and then and figure out the rest later. I'm just gonna go in here. We're gonna try to make this a little bit more accurate. We're going back, but you're still on my phone actually playing through the car. You're a passenger. Nice. I appreciate you taking me with you, Kiwi. So that's very nice to know. Thank you. Join the mobile squad. Well, hello to everyone else in the car. So, I appreciate you tuning in for me. All right, so we're just gonna go in there, and that looks so much better. It just looks so much better. Again, this is like yesterday was the most transformative day, right? Because that was when we really took things from being very just rough, like a rough idea of where everything should go, to really taking it into something that most all of the pieces were in place. And then today is a lot of detail work, but it's the details that do kind of make the painting like great. And we're still a long way from the end, but this is how I roll. This is what I do when I'm trying to, get something that looks really exceptional. And again, the Wi-Fi will only work half the time. No worries. I appreciate any little bit. You'll still be here. That's funny. This is something that, just makes this like really beautiful, like all of a sudden, and it doesn't take very much. But again, it's something where I had to have all that structure in place first before I came in and added in all of these little details. So it seems like a, kind of a treacherous process. If you tuned in on like Monday when I started these, then you probably saw they looked pretty rough, right? They looked pretty rough, but now like this looks really beautiful right in here. So one of your biggest details is getting stuck in the details before you even start a piece. I understand, QP. Yeah, that is a tough place. And same from Kiwi. Yeah, I understand. So you have to put a substantial amount of time into getting everything else in place first in my opinion. Again, what I say isn't gospel, right? Everybody works a little bit differently. But I think if you have the structure in place first, and make sure, even this morning or even today, I spent quite a bit of time going in and fixing a lot of the structure still, little shapes that I felt were off, right? So I need to make sure I do that before I get too excited and go in and start really making like details. And it really it'll pay off in the end. I think we want to jump too much to the end because we get too excited. But what I would encourage you to do is, I've said before, like for me, making art and making it in this particular way is good for my brain. You want to eat my painting? Thanks very much, Kiwi. I appreciate that. Thanks. I'll take it as a high compliment. Thank you. I think making art is good for your brain. And so I would encourage anybody who's trying, especially to paint realistically, to be more engaged in the process of making the art, and not feel like you need to jump to the end too soon. So make it so that it's a comfort zone for your brain. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense to say it that way, but that's how I feel for me, that it's like a comfort zone for my brain. If I try to do something out of order or in a weird way, it's very uncomfortable for my brain. So I just don't do that. And that's just what works for me. Again, everybody's a little bit different, but try to make it so that you feel comfortable. It should not hurt your brain. It should not hurt your brain. Thanks, Kiwi. I really appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and let me do one more little highlight in here right now. And I'm still going to come back to this, but we want to create, this sense of form everywhere. I think right now I'm going to let the ice cream part of this dry, and I'm going to address the chocolate just like I did in this one. So to do that, I need to make a new color, and I'm going to take some of my, I'm just going to fix this just a little bit. I'm going to take some of my bright red, it's just my Pyrrole red, with a little bit of yellow and a little bit of this very bright blue. And so we're going to try to mix up a color that's very similar to the one that we did here. And so I don't want this to be hot. And by that, I mean, I don't want it to be too dominant with red or yellow. I want it to have a little bit more blue, and that will help to cool down that color. I discovered the past couple of paintings, I don't go straight to the end as much when I use pencil. That means I should do more painting. Might help my other mediums. Well, you know what? Colored pencil, it's interesting. I think someone was saying that the other day in here. But I think that colored pencil is, maybe that was you even. I think colored pencil is actually very similar in process to how I paint, because you paint in lots of layers, right, of progressively increasing colors. You have recently learned the importance of painting a block base for you. Okay, because it keeps me from getting overly detailed in the beginning. Yes. So that's a good way to do it. And by that, I assume you mean like to put like a base color down that's like over your entire shape. Is that what you mean by that, Kiwi? And then work up from there. I'm just going to put a little more yellow into this. Let's see. And a little bit more blue. So we just want to brighten this up. I love colored pencils and do it in layers. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about colored pencils. It's been like I only did that when I was in high school, but I was reading about it not that long ago. You only did graphite and charcoal before touching colored pencils, which is totally what you got in the habit. Oh, I see. Of getting into the details immediately. Okay, no worries, Kiwi. How do you get it looking real? Are you talking to me, Solar Phonics, or are you talking to Kiwi or to yeah, it's Kiwi and Kewpie. So I start to mix you up sometimes. I apologize. And the answer, for, if it's just just practice. So anyone, I think that it's practice in training my eye, right? Practice training my eye to really see the relationships between all of the shapes and all of the colors. And yeah, so like I said, there were things that I just a few years ago feel like I wasn't able to do. And honestly, even the so when I did that body of work last year and the beginning of this year, that was the cookie paintings. If nothing else, I can tell you I learned a tremendous amount of information about colors and structure and how everything works. And so I think it really trained me even more to be able to come back in and really be able to get something that's pretty realistic. Luck. Is that the way it ever works? Luck. I wish things were luck. Yeah, it's just for me again, lots of practice, but again, it's like I said, there was a strawberry cone that I started a few years ago, and I didn't get very far, and I thought it was too difficult, and I set it aside. And then I came back to it last year, and I was able to complete it in a way that made it one of my favorite paintings. So you can go find that. It's just a 16 by 12 that I did from last year, and it was one of my favorite paintings, and so I was really pleased with it. And yeah, but I gave up on it, right? I gave up on it. And the same with the giant, ice cream cone, the fudge ripple that I finished toward the end of last year. I took me 2 years because I thought that it was just too difficult to paint. And so it took me learning. Again, I really feel like when I was doing those cookie paintings, because I had to make them so convincingly real, because that's what trompe-l'oeil is, because I had to make them so convincingly real that they really taught me a lot of lessons. And so now I feel like maybe they say you have to hit, is it 10,000 hours? 10,000 hours when you're supposed to become an expert in something. I don't know if I'm quite there yet, but I feel like I'm in a lot better of a place than I was before. You did 2 birds today, and the second one looks a lot better than the first. Excellent, Kiwi. Excellent. That's all you can ask for, right? The second one to look a lot better than the first. Yeah, no worries, Kiwi. You have to actually go now into the real world. Good luck, sir. I appreciate you having been here, and I wish you luck in the world today. So thanks very much, Kiwi. I appreciate you hanging out with me, and I hope to see you again soon. Where is the drive to do paintings? I mean, where do you feel in your energy field? I feel it above my head. I know that I have the connection, but it has no words. First, good night to Kiwi. Again, thank you very much. And Solar Phonics, I don't know. It's in my head. I guess I would say that I think I've kind of said something like this before, but I have images in my head. I think I'm the best person to get them out, and I think I'm the best person to make them. So I want to see them made. And so that's part of the reason, I guess, that I have a drive to paint. I feel like it's different, I guess, for the different types of things that I paint. But I think that overall, like I said, these ones are more about just understanding and appreciating like small moments and understanding and appreciating details in life. So, I have but mostly it's just this drive to create something that I don't think anybody else in the world could do better than me. Is that cocky? I don't think so. It's just what I feel. So does that mean I don't like other art? No, certainly not. I love other art and other artists, and I want to see everybody be able to create. But I think that, I will tell you a story. My grandma, I remember telling me at one point, I think it was soon after I started painting, and she had told me, and she was in her 80s then, I think, or late 70s then, and she told me that, I think she was in her 80s. She told me that she had always wanted to be a writer, and she always had all these stories in her head, and she never wrote them down, and she never really took it seriously and pursued it, but she always wanted to be a writer. And she passed away when she was in her 90s, and it was something that she never got to do, right? So I guess, getting deep again for a moment, but I guess, there's a limited time that we all have here. What do you want to do with it? I want to at least have some time eked out in my life to make beautiful things that I think won't exist without me. Does that make sense? And so I feel bad for stories like that when I hear them, of people who always wanted to do XYZ and never made time to do it. So, like I said, I love art. I think it's important for all of us to be creative in some way, in art, in music, in writing, and, some kind of creative endeavor, just in, cooking or gardening, something that makes you feel creative, not just enjoying other people's creativity. That's important too, of course, but in being creative yourself, because I just think it fulfills a part of your soul that you don't get otherwise fulfilled. So that's, again, just my little humble opinion. But yeah, my grandma having said that to me always kind of sticks with me. So it's, and that doesn't make it easy, right? It takes a lot of time to make things. So I have a thing that happens. What kind of a thing? You mean for your creative process, you have a thing that happens? All right, we're just gonna go in here. I just want to put a little bit into here. That's this chocolate. Just a little bit. This looks so much better. When I hear an old track, I listen to it back and you start crying. You mean something that you wrote? And that's your stuff, yeah. So something that you wrote. And is that something that then triggers you to create other things? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I kind of look at some of my old work. I guess I don't maybe have quite that reaction, but I would say I still have a very emotional response to certain pieces that I created, and it makes me feel more inclined to create other things. Yeah, and your confidence shoots up. Yes, because you see something that you've done or hear something that you've done that you were proud of, and you know that your ability is there. Yeah, so I totally understand that. I totally understand that. But yeah, I think I just hope, I guess, that artists, all of us, can feel the confidence that we need to create the things, and you have to walk away from it, to create the things that we are compelled to create. That's what my hope is for everybody. Is you're able to feel that confidence that you need to create, and just feel that it has value. Feel that it has value to do it. Yeah. right, I'm just going to go in here and do a little bit on this little bit of the chocolate. And then I'm going to go into the shadowy areas on this again, which we did a little bit on. Gosh, that looks so much better. Aw, I appreciate that very much, Solar Phonics. Well, you're a good egg too. All right. All right. So we're getting there. I'm just gonna scoot this one out of the way because I want to just come right in here for just a second. You're a cracked one. There's worse things in the world to be. All right, so we're just gonna come up here. Okay, that looks so much better. So if I ever get to a place where, you know, I feel like, and I still have a lot to do on this, right? But when I can glance over at something and feel like I can reach into it, that makes me happy. So I feel like I'm starting to get to that point in this one where I could feel like I could reach in and actually, you know, grab that ice cream and chocolate in there. So that makes me feel good. I'm gonna go ahead and again address just a few of these. Thanks, Solar Phonics. I'm gonna address just a few of these areas here. I'm just gonna go right in here first. Just kind of punch that up just a little bit more. All right, so I want to, I lied. I lie a lot on here, right? I always think I'm ready to move on and then I'm not. First, I'm gonna flip this upside down because there's a little bit of chocolate here that I just want to address where it's melted into this cone from the bite right here. So I have this color mixed up. I might as well use it while I'm over here. I'm gonna shrink that down a little bit. All right, I just wanted to make sure that I addressed that just a little bit in there. And I'm still gonna revisit this, but I'm just gonna disperse this just a little bit, soften it out. And I think I need a little bit more right here. So what I want to do is now address the darker parts on this chocolate just to clarify them a little bit more. So that's me going into like this shape right here, this one right here a little bit, and over here. What I don't want to do is mess this up. I don't want to go in and beat it to death because I do have a tendency to, you know, lean in that direction sometimes. So I want to try to keep some of the beauty in there and not feel like, you know, that I am destroying anything that's truly beautiful. I don't have a lot of brush strokes that you can see, but I do have a lot of brush marks, and there are some places that are truly like really beautiful, and I just don't want to mess them up. So I'm just going to take a little bit of my dark blue and my brown and just mix up a little bit of a darker color, and I'm just going to go right down here first. Again, not over the whole thing, just a little bit. do a little bit more right here. And I'm probably still going to come back and maybe put a little bit of a colored glaze on these, but I just want to just clarify these shapes a little bit better than I have right now. Okay, that's a lot better. Just cleaned up a little bit. And so what I'll do is just do this, and then I will flip it back around and just see if there's any little glaze areas that I need to address. Probably are, but just cleaning things up just a little bit. Again, not everybody's process is like mine. So, you know, don't take what I say as gospel, but if you think it's interesting, that's super. I appreciate it. And maybe if you're an artist, maybe you'll find something that's useful for you. All right, so we're almost done with this darker edition here. And again, I'm gonna go ahead and mix up just a little bit more, and I'm gonna make this just a little bit darker than this last bit was, because I want to go into just a couple of these heavier shadow areas here. So this is just my dark blue mixed with my dark brown, but I've got a little more blue in there this time. Go right in here, and a little bit right around here. I want to do too much, but just a little bit. All right, let's flip this around and see how it's doing. That's nice, right? You're gonna go lurk? Okay, no worries. I appreciate it, Solar Phonics. It was nice having you on here again, and you take care of yourself. Okay, thanks very much. All right, we're doing pretty good on these. I'm pretty content with where we are right now. Good night. Good night, Solar Phonics. I'm pretty content with where we are right now. We're not quite there yet, right? Thank you. We're not quite there yet, but we're in a much better place than we were. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to make a little bit of a transition color, just because I feel like I have this nice bright area here and then these heavier shadows, and it's not quite right. So I'm going to go ahead and fix that. I'm going to try to anyway. And you know what? I just changed my mind about the color mix. We're going to switch to this blue. Sometimes this blue works a little bit better for me for things like that. So we're going to switch to this brighter blue with my darker red and my yellow. So we'll just mix up a little bit of color here. And I'm going to go right into those areas just with a glaze. And I'm just going to try to put my glasses down here just so I can see a little better. I'm just going to try to kind of make this a bit more convincing, because we always push for excellence, right? Just a bit more convincing than it was. And so I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to shorten that up a little bit there. And I want to take a little bit of glaze on my brush and just kind of feather this out a little bit. So I'm actually going to lift some of this off. And I also want to take this and just put a little bit right around this side of this little drip here, because it too would cast a shadow, right? Okay, so what I want to do now, let me just take a look over here and see if there's any other place. As long as I have color mixed up, I might as well use it. So let's go ahead and just see if I can do the same thing right in here a little bit. In here a little bit. And again, I just take a little bit of medium and just kind of spread that out a little better. And we're going to do a little bit of a transition right here as well. I do feel like I still need to go in with a little bit of my brighter color again, just a little bit. And just pull that out a little bit more than I have. So I think this is, oh, I still got a little bit over here. Okay, so we can use this. Acrylic dries, but when I put the medium in it, it doesn't dry quite as fast. So I'm just going to come right in here and do a little bit there. Right in here and do a little bit right here. These are small changes, and you know, like, maybe you don't have to do this, but but I like to, because I get really picky and I want things to look really, really good. So that is what I aim for. Go right in here and do just a little bit again. This is just that part of the cone peeking through. Go right in here, actually with just a little bit, this darker tone. I think that looks a lot better. Okay, so let me come one more time down into this part. And this part, if you can't see it, it has just a little bit of this kind of reddish tone that like bleeds out into the white. So I'm just putting a little bit of that down, and then I'm going to essentially dab it out with, again, a little bit of medium. And come back up here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. Come right up here. Again, this color is different from my base color, so this is using my bright blue and my bright red as opposed to my dark blue or my dark red. And I'll come right over here, just do a little bit more. Okay, so I feel like that's in a pretty decent place with the chocolate and the ice cream, except for, I can see here, I don't know when I did this, but again, I keep getting these little, I feel like gnomes are coming in. I feel like gnomes, it's not me, right? It's not me accidentally brushing an area that I finished. It's a gnome that comes in and just takes this nasty little brush and just paints right over my finished part. So this keeps happening to me this week. I don't know why. I guess I'm just being a little bit not paying quite as much attention as I should. So we'll just clean that up real quick. I'm gonna go in here with a little bit of white, and it is fine. Okay, pretty good. So I'm going to, I think next, between these two, we still have this one over here, right, that we haven't addressed yet today, but I need to address the nuts because they are right now the worst part. Still have a lot of work to do on the actual cone itself too, but right now we're going to address the nuts. So I'm going to go in with some yellow and my bright red. A little too much, and we're going to use the blue again, the bright blue. So I've been using too much color here, but essentially what we want to do is create a nice cool color for these highlights, and these are the cool colors on my palette. So I try to mix something up with those as opposed to trying to make my warm colors work in that way. So I think I need a little bit, put a little too much blue in there, but that's all right. We can fix that. All right, so this is the color I'm going to start with, I think. And this one is not going to be for these brighter nuts. This one's going to be for these darker nuts. So let's just give this a shot and see how it is. Again, I test a lot of things. Miss Gray, it's nice to see you. How are you doing today? It's nice that you stick in, or that you've been stopping in here the last couple days. I really appreciate it. Are you off today or are you working? All right, so we're just gonna go in here, just clean this up a little bit. And I still need to go in with a brighter version of this, but it is very helpful for me to go in with this color first. Just gonna clean it up just a little bit. Lift off some of that extra paint. And I'll probably have to add some shadows in there too, but that is okay. You're doing good today, just free from houseworks. Nice. Very nice. Well, I certainly appreciate you stopping in. I'm good. We're making good progress. And we've been having nice chatting in here today, so that was nice. Can't ask for anything more than that, right, Miss Gray? All right. So the nuts I can work on really on all three of these paintings kind of simultaneously. And what I'm going to do is just put in what might your plans for today, weekend night. Oh, like, well, I work. I work a lot. So I usually take off when I get days off, when I get full days off, which is kind of rare. But I usually take off during the week. That's just my preference. So I will work probably more tonight after dinner and tomorrow as well. So that's kind of what I do. Sometimes I will stop a little bit early and not work after dinner. But yeah, I typically take off. Yeah, I typically take off in the middle of the week. That just is my personal preference. Again, that's kind of like from living in Florida. I like to be off during the week when there's less crowds, I guess, out and about doing things, or Just, I don't know. It's just my preference. So. What about you, Miss Gray? What are you doing now since you finished all your housework? I hope your weekend going good. Thanks very much. I appreciate it, Miss Gray. All right, so I'm just gonna come in here and come right around here. We're just trimming out the edges on some of these shapes, and then I will go back in with some different colors to really get the highlights correct, to glaze some of these colors in correctly. You're just open Twitch and see you streaming. Aw, thanks, Miss Gray. Well, it is very kind of you to stop in. So I appreciate it very much. You could spend your time any way you want, but you chose to spend it with me, so thank you. All right, let's just get in here. All right, so we're gonna work on all three of these nuts, all three paintings. They're nuts at the same time, essentially. That's what I think is gonna be the best approach. So I'm just gonna come in here real quick. Let's do this little bit. Okay, and so I'm gonna flip over to this other one now. We're gonna let this one dry. So we're gonna switch back to this one. And I'm gonna take the same color that I mixed up, and we're just gonna see if I can help to clarify any of these shapes in here. It's my pleasure. Thanks very much, Miss Gray. That's very kind. That's very kind. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna go right around. Again, some of these darker nuts, I think this works better for, just as not the final highlight, but like a base layer for the highlight. So, aw, thanks, Miss Gray. I appreciate that very, very much. So we're not gonna go everywhere with it, not gonna go too crazy. Want to leave enough room. But for anybody who's out there and it's your first time watching, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And please follow if you don't mind. I would appreciate that too, because I'm relatively new here and I always like to have new faces in here and new names. And I'm happy to narrate my process and tell you some weird stories now and then. But hopefully it's just kind of a peaceful little corner of the world that you're welcome to come and hang out anytime. I'm here 4 days a week, so I paint a lot more than that, but I am in here 4 days a week. So, but this is actually really helping this so far. It might look really subtle, but it is actually, it's helping me anyway to figure things out a little bit better than they were. Whoops. I got a little sloppy on that one. Just gonna clean that up. I hope that when I show you this stuff too, my whole process, I hope you find it relaxing. I hope you find it enjoyable. I also hope that you understand that I am a human being and that I make a lot of mistakes. It's not magic. It's filled with mistakes, but I don't call them mistakes, right? I try to just see what I can do to make things look more beautiful. And one of the very kind people in here earlier, I'm not sure if you're still in here, but you were saying that there's, what was it Bob Ross said? That there's no, it's happy little mistakes, right? So we try to just keep making things more and more beautiful. We don't beat ourselves up for mistakes. So that's art, right? I mean, that should be art, not beating us up, uh, not beating ourselves up as we make it. So I can see there's like some heavier shadows that I am gonna need to come back in. That's probably what I'll do next before I come in and do the stronger highlights on these nuts. It would be nice if I could get these to be at a pretty decent point today. We're gonna do our best to do that. But if we fall a little bit short, that's okay. Like I said, I am gonna work on these tomorrow, hopefully, if time allows. I'm not always sure. I try my best to manage my schedule. I do work a lot, but sometimes when you work as an artist, you have a lot of non-art things that you have to do. So this past week I had to pack and ship paintings and design pieces for my print club, and it all just takes time. It takes a lot of time. So I never actually talk about that, but for anybody who's in here, if you head over to my website, if you ever want to, you can join one of my 2 print clubs. So I have one that is for ice cream and one that is for my my foodscape paintings. And I actually have, I think this is, I think this is the one that I have on my ice cream print club for next month, which is an old Neapolitan that I had done and I kind of cropped it. So they're pretty cool. I send you a nice little signed print. They're really nice prints too. They last 100 years. And so I print them all out by hand and sign them on the front and back and title them on the back, and you get a little letter from me. So it's a really nice thing if you're interested in my print clubs. It's a nice way for me to keep things relatively affordable. And, that's, I think, just a nice way to allow people to start to collect my work. So, Cupie, thank you so much. I wasn't sure if you were still here. Thanks very much, Cupie. She's always so kind. Very, very supportive. Cupie, I looked at your Instagram too yesterday. I went ahead and followed you back. Like I said, I haven't been on there very much, but it was so nice to check out your work. So I appreciate you sharing that with us yesterday. You can always feel free to post your Instagram if you would like to, if you would like other people to come and check out your work. All right, so I'm just gonna go in here and again, this is not the final pass on these. This is kind of just helping me to create a little bit more form in these nuts. Kind of paying attention to the highlighted areas and the shadow areas. And then I'm going to come back and glaze over these. Oh yeah, of course, Cupie. Yes, it was nice to see your work, because then when I see your work, it helps me learn a little bit more about you. So, real Tavish de Groot. Did I say that right? Hi, it's nice to meet you. Welcome. Are you an artist or an art lover? Real Tavish de Groot. Are you going for a vintage look? It looks like something out of the 50s. Interesting. That's not something that I've heard before, but so no, I guess it's not conscious, although I dig things that are I dig things that are out of the 50s. And so maybe it's just inherent in me. I don't know. What is it that you see that looks like the 50s to you? I'm not really sure, but I would be interested to learn. And you're an art lover. Very cool. Welcome. I certainly appreciate it. Well, there I did it again. See, that little gnome just came in, made me put a big brush mark because I wasn't paying attention. But that's okay, we can wipe it away. It's another reason why you have to let things dry, all your layers, because then when you get a big faux pas like I just did, you can just go in with a brush and a little bit of medium and just very easily clean it off. And I just wipe it off on my paper towel just to make sure I get it off of my brush. I don't want to just be scooting it around, right? That's a compliment, thanks. I don't know what it has about that vintage vibe, but it made me think about 1950s art. Interesting. I wonder, maybe just, are you talking about like commercial type art, or are you talking like advertising maybe? That's very interesting to me though. Yeah, first time that I've ever heard that, but I really appreciate that. So I don't know. Like I said, I like vintage stuff. I like vintage clothes. Actually, I have a lot of dresses that are like vintage, 50s, 60s style clothes. So maybe again, I collect a lot of old things too. Maybe it's just inherent in me. I don't know. But I think it's very interesting that you see that. So I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm gonna go in, and like I said, we did this kind of two together. We have this third one over here we still haven't addressed yet. We could try to do that a little bit now, but I think that I want to, let me think. I think that I want to try to address the nuts a little bit more. So I'm gonna put this one back down. I'm gonna go in with a little bit more white into this mix that I have, and a little bit more yellow, and maybe a little bit more red. We're going to try to make a better highlight color for our nuts. So let's go in here and just see, and this is going to be specifically for, again, the darker nuts, not the yellower nuts yet. So let's just see how we do. I think that's okay. Again, we're just going to apply this in a few places a little judiciously, and then I'm going to come back in and kind of glaze over some of the areas to make them a little bit richer. So, you know, I need to, I always do this, right? So I need to go in and create the form, but then I also don't want to lose the color that I'm so enjoying. I really love ice cream. I have clients who really love ice cream. Does that make more sense? Are all of my paintings ice cream? No, but I have a lot of ice cream. So I sell my ice cream paintings typically through a gallery. And that is kind of my niche there, is that the clientele that they have developed there likes my ice cream paintings. So that's why I ship those there. But I do some other things. If you look on my website, I have a body of work that I started last year that is my trompe l'oeil gingerbread and cookie paintings. And I have some of my older work, and some of my newer work as well, which is just other still life. It's usually food, not always food, but it is food is kind of my specialty, or at least it has been for at least the last, maybe 5, 6, 7 years. So yeah, I paint a lot of ice cream. That is certainly true. But not all. And the cookie series I would encourage you to look at, because that was something very new and different for me. And that was a lot of fun to do. So those ones I bake real cookie models and real gingerbread models, and then paint from those. So yeah, but it's kind of my thing. So we've done a number of ice cream paintings on the stream, even though that I have only been here for about a month. But I had a group that I needed to finish to send to my gallery, so that was part of why I was doing so many ice creams. And I'm still trying to do, another small group to be able to send to them. So yeah. Let's see here. Come right around here. There we go. Gotta specialize in something, right? I do, I think that it's a challenge for artists because, most of us, I think, you can kind of get overwhelmed by the sheer number of choices of what to paint. But yeah, at some point I've told my stories before on here, but at some point I really figured out that I was really primarily a food painter. And so that became my specialty. And then, I had to lean into what my clients liked, and my clients really liked my ice cream. And I will say, I'm pretty good at painting ice cream, so that is definitely a niche. And ice cream is really challenging to paint. So what that does, though, is it again has trained me to be able to tackle lots of other subjects as well. Just because these are so complicated. So, like I said, I have that other body of work that I've done and I want to do more of. And I also, there's other food paintings that I would like to do too. That maybe I wasn't able to do before. So I mentioned this week, your other paintings are very beautiful. I love the gummy bears one. And by the way, I have the vintage vibe. I think it's the vibrant color shades. I appreciate that, actually. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me because I do aim for that. I do aim for those very vibrant colors. That's partly created by my glazing process, which is what I'm doing now, which is just applying lots of thin layers on top of each other that all have a bit of translucency to them, so they all kind of shine through, and they can't they're colors that can't really be replicated in flat colors, if that makes sense. And I also don't keep any black on my palette. My palette is all right here. The darkest color I have is this dark blue. And so I use that to mix my blacks with blue and brown typically, but I don't mix, you know, all my color mixtures in here are, you know, dulled down by various blues. And so maybe that helps, I think, to keep my paintings very vibrant, but definitely my glazing process does the trick. So I really appreciate that because that means a lot, that's something with you having never seen my work that you can recognize in it. So that means a lot. Thanks very much, Real Vintage de Groot. Or is that, did I say that right? Real Tavish de Groot, sorry. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I do really have a tendency though to dig in nostalgic things. I watch a lot of old TV. My husband and I will occasionally turn on old commercials and just watch those on YouTube, which we think is a lot of fun because we're both kind of into the vintage vibe thing from various other decades. And yeah, I kind of, you know, I have a small collection of Lois Lane comic books from the 1960s and late 50s. And yeah, so I tend to lean vintage, I suppose, in my regular life, but I'm so tickled that you saw that in my painting, so thank you. All right, so I've just lightened this color up just a bit, and I'm just gonna go into some of these lighter colored nuts. No problem. Enjoy the rest of your stream, and I hope you become big. Aw, you see me on Sotheby's someday. Thank you so much. I'll cross my fingers. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Thank you for stopping in. I hope that you follow me before you go so that you can stop in again sometime. But thank you so much, Real Tavish de Groot. That means a lot. I really appreciate it. All right, so these are looking so much better. And it's just, again, going in here and kind of, you know, focusing a little bit on my highlights. I still need to come back in and focus a little bit on glazing some of the shadows and the brighter tones back into these nuts. But it's a lot better than it was. So we're doing pretty good. We're actually doing pretty good because we've only been here for 3 hours today, or just over 3 hours. And I feel like we did really make quite a bit of progress. Again, maybe not as much as I would like because I'm always a little overly ambitious, but I am hoping that by the end we'll have what really all three. I would like all three of the ice cream, chocolate, and nuts to be in pretty good shape. And then tomorrow, hopefully on my off day, that I can work on the cones and all the rest of the details again. So if I was able to accomplish that, that would be a lot for me. So thanks very much. All right. These really do look so much better though. Just a little bit more form, a little bit more shape, a little bit more accurate colors, just a bit. You know, I mentioned too the other day that years ago, I used to work at Disney World, and I was a caricature artist in the parks, and then later I was a silhouette artist in the Magic Kingdom. And the reason that I mention that now is because the thing that I really learned from that job, because you wouldn't think that that would be particularly applicable to what I'm doing here, but your service is in and out from the storm, but you're still here. Thanks so much, Cupie. I appreciate you letting me know that you're still hanging out in the background. I'm sorry that you're experiencing a storm, so stay safe. The reason that I mention that is because what it taught me was efficiency. It taught me efficiency, and because I had to work on commission for those jobs, and it taught me that I needed to, I couldn't take forever on something. So I do feel like for these ones that I am being relatively efficient on them. And that is, again, it's probably not the lesson that I realized I would carry with me from those jobs, but it was very useful for me. The silhouettes, that was probably the craziest, because if I remember correctly, I would have to make a decent wage. I believe I had to cut somewhere near to 100 silhouettes in a shift, which was not easy to do. And so we had a little pair of surgical scissors, actually, that they would give to us. And I had a little folded piece of black paper, and I would essentially sit in a chair across from someone and cut out their silhouette. And so it was folded so that you could get two silhouettes, so you'd get one facing in each direction. But that was a very challenging and very weird job, and but it did teach me efficiency. And yeah, that's a strange time in life, but it did teach me efficiency. Not only that, it kind of tortured me in the meantime, because I was forced to wear the big heavy costume that they had for the cast members. But normally it's not so bad because those people could go in and out of air conditioning, but I was not able to. My booth was outside, and so I had to sit in this big heavy dress outside in the Florida heat, and just kind of, work myself to death cutting out these silhouettes. So that was, it sounded, there's parts of it that were lovely, and certainly it's a good memory, but it's probably not something I would repeat as a job in the future. All right, so I'm gonna do a little bit more, just gonna put a little bit more white in here. We're gonna try to bring this up just a bit more, and then we'll switch back to this one over here. And then, like I said, I do want to go in and kind of glaze in some of these colors if time allows. Had this desire to say, now we're cooking, but then I realized that probably makes me sound old, doesn't it? But that's what I wanted to say, now we're cooking. That's what my mom would say, now we're cooking. So this looks a lot better. What I'm gonna do is just bring this up just a little bit with these highlights. I'm gonna see if I can go in with a few shadows, and then we're gonna let it dry, and I'm gonna have to come back to it to be able to put those remaining glazes on. So that's okay though, I don't mind. I can be patient that way. Once again, if you're just here lurking, I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And I do hope that you find this just a little bit peaceful. Just to see something, you know, start to come to life. Like I said, the creative process I think is always fun to watch. It's neat to see the evolution of things. All right, we're just gonna do a tiny bit more, and then I'm gonna switch to just a few shadows, not everything, just a few. So I can see right along here, I wanna get this shadow, this darker shadow, all these darker shadows I would like to try to get in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and take some of my brighter red, let's make a spot for myself, some of my brighter red, my yellow, and my bright blue. And so that might sound weird for a shadow color because they're all bright colors, but I do find that it helps me at this stage in a painting to create a sense of form. And again, everybody's process is going to be a little bit different, so please don't take what I say as gospel. This is just what works for me as a food painter doing this specific type of work. So, you know, it's going to be a little bit different for everybody. Okay, so this is when I mean business, when I put my glasses down on the edge of my nose. So I'm just gonna go in, and then as I go, I'm gonna try to thin out or taper this so that it's a little bit more realistic looking and not just a heavy stripe. That's not what I want. So we're just, you know, in part kind of removing actually a little bit of the paint. Just a bit. And then it tapers more as it gets to this edge than this edge. Okay, so let's do that again. Right in here. And this is not the final glaze either. So just in case you're curious, I work in lots and lots of layers. And so, you know, a lot of the areas of a painting will have somewhere between 6 and 12 layers of paint, usually around 8 or 10, but sometimes upwards to 12. And so I really just keep putting my glazes in until I get it right, but my mind kind of works in a slightly different way where I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to put this glaze in, but what I'm really trying to do is to do it knowing that another layer of paint is going to come on top of this. And so that's just, again, my method of doing things. It's different for everybody. And not a lot of people do this method. So, you know, I think it's always interesting to learn what other people do, and I'm happy to share what I do on here. But, you know, by no means, there's many other ways to paint, and you don't have to paint the same way that I do. I'm going to put just a little bit more blue in there, which will darken this even more for me. And so I'm going to use this in some very distinct places, like right here, around here, and right here around this little place where there's a little bit of ice cream sitting on top of that nut. And I'm also going to come back up here just a little bit. So we're just trying to build out the dimension a little bit. I am going to flip this upside down just to see how accurate I am. Probably need to do more work on that. And then I want to take just a little bit of this color with some white and some yellow and make kind of a duller color. And we're going to come in here and just put a little bit of a shadow color right in here and right in here. But again, just remember, we're not painting ice cream, right? We're not painting ice cream and nuts. We're painting hundreds of abstract shapes, and we're hoping that they all come together to look like an ice cream cone in the end. So that's what I try to keep in mind as I go, and that's what I'm really focused on as I'm painting, is all of these abstract shapes and how they interact with each other. We're just gonna thin this down. I want some tone to be in here, but I'm gonna just take that same color that I've mixed and just thin it down with more glaze. So you don't always have to, when you use this method, you don't always have to mix new colors. Sometimes you can just apply your glazes in varying translucencies, and that will accomplish the same thing with a lot less work. So again, I like the translucent look of my glazes. I don't want to, it's a lot easier for me than blending colors, and I don't want to, I don't want to lose, I don't want to get that very, I consider very construction paper look. That's not what I want my paintings to look like. I want them to look vibrant. And so for vibrancy, for me, that means that the paint has to have translucency to it so that the light moves through it when the light hits it and it kind of bounces back at the viewer. But again, like, I'm just sharing my process. I'm happy to do that, but there's lots of ways to paint. And so this is not gospel, and this is not the only way. But if you find it interesting or relaxing to watch, then I'm happy that I'm doing something that's maybe making your day a little bit brighter, a little bit more peaceful. All right, let's move up here to this corner because we haven't really addressed much of this at all. Let's just do this little bit down here first. So again, like right on this nut right here, I can apply a glaze right in the middle and just thin it down, and it will give me that kind of cast color here without actually painting like a full color. Excuse me just one second. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So what are we doing here? We're applying this glaze right up in here now. We really did make such tremendous progress on here today, though. And so I'm very pleased. The only thing is that we fell a little bit short on this third one, so we are going to try to address that in a few minutes. And so the third one is the one that has no ice cream showing in it. It's just the full cone. So we're going to do this. We're going to try to address these nuts right here, and then we're going to go back to that third one. So let's just see what we can do with this first. And again, this is just, I always say that my paintings are like puzzles, not in the respect that I'm building them from left to right, but in the respect that I am adding more and more visual information for myself as I go. And so we talked earlier about how it's important, at least for me, to build lots and lots of form first. And that's what we did the last few days that we started these. Lots and lots of form first, and then when I'm pretty confident that I have the form relatively fine, then I can start going in with the details. But a lot of people want to jump to the details too soon, and so that can be a little bit, you know, it's disappointing, right? You want to just get it done. You want a magical wand that you can just wave and say that the piece is done, because you have this vision in your head of what you want it to look like. But I try to very much look at this as a process, and so the whole process is part of my art. And so, you know, for me, this is very calming. This puzzle solving that I do here is very calming for my brain. And so I would find a way, you know, in whatever kind of art that you do, I hope that, or if you're not an artist, if you're just someone who admires art, I hope that you find this calming for your brain. But whatever your process is for any kind of creative endeavor, it should calm your brain down. It should feel like you're, you know, moving through this very distinct destination, and that whole process should be somewhat enjoyable and somewhat interesting for you, and not a frustrating experience. And that's not to say that I never get frustrated, but I do try to enjoy the process of creating something, insofar as it is very calming for my brain. I really don't know what I would do without it, because the world is pretty crazy, right? And so I think we need stuff that can calm us down and make us feel like there is, you know, I would say it's almost predictable for me at this point to go through this process. Like, and that is comforting to me, because you know, I like mystery shows, and I like mysteries, I think, because it moves through that same kind of process, where I'm trying to solve the mystery, and that's what I try to do here. I'm trying to solve the painting. So it helps me. It helps me to stay calm in a crazy world. I hope it helps you to stay calm in a crazy world too. So just a little bit, right? We can all use a little bit of extra calm every day. Okay, so we're gonna let this one dry. We're gonna flip back to this one, and we're just gonna try to address the nuts in the same way that we already did. So we're gonna go this way. So I hopefully have some, hopefully have some color still left on my palette. We're just gonna go in with this one first, since this is the one that I see. And we're just going to try to go into some of these shadow areas. And then I'm doing this a little backwards from the last time. But hopefully it'll still come together. All right, so I want to go in here with actually a bright red and a bright yellow. Go right in here and just see if this helps us a bit. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Yeah, so this is just essentially problem solving, right? Okay, everybody's back. So this is essentially just problem solving, right? It's constant problem solving. The more complicated a piece looks, the more problems I might have to solve. But ultimately, it all comes down to the same thing. I'm not painting ice cream. I'm painting lots of abstract shapes. And so if I keep training myself to think that way, then this does not become quite as daunting. I think that my trouble, I've talked sometimes about my trouble in college when I went to art school, that it felt like it was not training me to be the kind of artist that I wanted to be. And that's not to say that I didn't understand what they were trying to do. I didn't understand that their methodologies. I did. I get it. I still get it. But it wasn't the kind of art that I wanted to make. And so I find that kind of a shame, because I think a lot of people probably go through similar discouraging things. But first, I like working from photo references. That's something that I prefer. I have done stuff from life. I can do it, but it's not my preference, because I like to really get into the details. And so I don't want to do big, broad brushstrokes. I want to do little details. And so that's what I like. So I had to start to formulate this way that I could do structure first. So I do have a good, I think, understanding of how to put structure into my paintings and build out form. But, a lot of the things that they were trying to get me to do, I think were, and this is, again, not to say that there's not a place for this, but I am not the kind of person who, I like to be imaginative, but I can't draw from my imagination. I have to make something that I can reference. And so that's why, like in the other series that I did, like I take all my own photo references. And in the other series that I started last year, I built my own cookie models, and I still do. So, I build everything from life, or I take photos from life, and I use those as my references. And I think a lot of my initial training as an artist was trying to train me to essentially draw figures from my imagination. Now, maybe if I was going to be a comic book artist or something, or a figure painter who for some reason didn't have a model, maybe that would be a thing. But for me, it just wasn't the way I wanted to work. And again, that's not to say I didn't understand why they were doing what they did, and it's not to say that it's wrong necessarily, but I just don't think it was right for me. And you know, part of the reason that I try to show my process to people, just, you know, I want you as an art appreciator to be able to enjoy it, or I want you as an artist to see, you know, there's different ways to make art. It doesn't all have to be the same thing. And so sometimes I think that we can get very discouraged when we see other people who look like they're making things just out of thin air and it's magical, and we're like, well, we'll never be able to do that. And that's their thing, and that's cool. They're, you know, amazingly talented people who can do that. So I am certainly, you know, a lot of days envious of those people who can do that, who can create from their imagination. But I prefer to have a reference. Now, I think that like a lot of my stuff is actually very imaginative, but I have to first create a real life model for myself and then paint from that. So I can't just conjure things up from my imagination in that way. And that's okay. I've made peace with that. So you just have to, you know, be able to eventually make peace with you being whatever type of artist you are, and that can be different from other people, and that's okay. There is no, contrary to what people might say, there's no right or wrong way to do this. It's just what is the right way for you, and what is the right thing that you want to focus on. So, you know, that's something. I just don't want anybody to ever feel discouraged. I don't want anybody to ever feel, you know, like they're not progressing fast enough or whatever. You came back from the scary real world already? Welcome back, Kiwi. Well, that wasn't too bad. Weren't out there too long. And you survived, so that's good. Thank goodness, because, you know, just in case, Kiwi is my translator for anybody who hasn't been in here before, because I don't understand abbreviations in digital language. So Kiwi translates for me. You got a sketchbook out of it. Oh, you got a sketchbook? Nice. Hey, that was worth it. You really weren't gone that long. I would have done whatever that was for a sketchbook. So that's cool. All right, so I think these are actually looking pretty good. I'm gonna go in here and just try to do a little bit of highlights on these nuts again. Right in here, we're gonna start with the darker ones. Hi to any new people. That's very nice. Yes, I think there are a few new people in here. If it is your first time here, again, welcome. My name's Kim. I'm here 4 days a week. I'm a full-time painter, and I just kind of opened my door up so you can see what I can do, or see what I do, and I hope you find it peaceful. So please feel free to follow if you haven't followed yet, and you can hang out with us all the time. We're pretty nice people in here, I think. Just a peaceful little corner of the world. Aw, she's so nice. That's very kind, Kiwi. You didn't have to say that. That's very nice, though. I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. Thanks. All right, let's just go up here. Thank you. You are very sweet. Very, very kind. I don't think I take compliments very well. They embarrass me. But I appreciate it. See, she's translating for me again. Is it really? I know. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I really do need a guide. So I really do. For y'all, it's like, you know, second nature, right? This language is second nature because y'all have been using it for so long. But for me, now you know, okay. Yeah, for me, it's I don't know. I still can't get it. I still can't get, I still can't get it all. All right, so we're just gonna do a little bit more on this, and then we're gonna have to let this one dry, and just like this other one here. And so we're gonna do that and move on to this third one, which is the one we haven't addressed today. And we'll spend the rest of our time together working on that one, I think. And then, like I said, I'll try to finish these two, hopefully, tomorrow, maybe. But if not, you know, I will be back on Monday. And so I will maybe come back. I'm not sure if I will come back with these. We'll have to see. It's a roll of the dice. I'm not sure if I'll come back with these if I can't finish them in my other time. Or I have this Neapolitan sitting over here that I'm also nearly finished with. And or we might start something new. So we're just gonna have to see. I'm not gonna promise one way or the other, but we will certainly see. I do try to work on, you know, a few different pieces at the same time, typically, because certain times I feel up to doing certain works. If I get near a finishing stage, it requires me to be able to concentrate a little bit more than I would if I was at a different stage of the work. And so I try to give myself a few pieces to work on simultaneously, because I want to give myself that flexibility that I always have something I can work on, no matter if I'm really tired or a little scattered, or if I'm just short on time for a particular day. So that's why that's part of why I try to do that anyway. But we've done a pretty good job on these today. Like I said, it's never quite as much as I want to get done, but it's really been pretty good overall. And I've had a lot of nice people come in and out, so I appreciate it very, very much. Like I said, I've only been here a few weeks. I think maybe I'm coming up on a month, something like that. And so I'm still a newbie, and I'm learning. And thank goodness for people like QP and Kiwi are here for translating, and for thank you so much, Valentis. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, we aim for details. We're not quite at the end yet, but we do aim for details. So welcome. I think that's your first time here, right? Artist or art lover? I always ask every time somebody chats for the first time. All right, so I think what we're gonna do is I think we're gonna let these two dry. And I'm gonna skip over to this one. So we're gonna just scoot these out of the way. So we have this little sequential series. We haven't addressed this one at all yet today. So we're gonna move over to that. And so really these are told, you know, just a very simple story, right? Very simple story. This one, this one, this one. And I've never done one as a trio. I have done one as two that were two different stages of the cone. And but I've never done one as a trio. So this is just a cute little experiment that I thought would be fun. And I'm hoping maybe eventually when I get finished with them that my gallery will frame these all together in one piece. I thought that might be nice. So so we'll have to see. I'm going to go into this one. First, we're going to work on some of the chocolate. So we haven't done the chocolate on this one yet today. You can see we have brought up a lot of the details on this, but This, if you can see, I don't know if you can tell, this chocolate right now is what I would call too hot, right? It's this very warm color. This is a little bit better. We're still going to come in, and this one's actually a little bit better than that. So I need to cool this down. So I'm going to mix up a different color to come on top of it. And we're not going to go over the whole thing, right? Because we're trying to build form. So I'm going to go in with my bright red, my bright yellow, well, my only yellow, and my bright blue. And so these are what I call the cool colors on my palette. But they are, if it's easier to think of them that way, they are the brightest colors on my palette as well. So I'm just going to try to mix up something that, and I won't know until I apply it if it's going to work exactly the way that I want. But I'm going to apply it a little judiciously right over the front of the cone. Put a little more blue in there. And we're just going to see if we can get this to cool down just a little bit. And that's not going to work. So that's not enough. So I might actually have to add just a touch of white in there. That might be what I need to do to really get this to be what I want. And so let's give that a shot. And what I usually do is if I add the white in and then I feel like it gets too pasty, I'll glaze over it later on. But for right now, let's just see. Let's maybe do just a little more white in there. And then what I do is I really hate brush strokes in my piece. Okay, so I think this will be okay. So this is going to be the strongest highlight. I still might come back and revisit this a bit, but this is my strongest highlight here. And so it's cooled down the color of the chocolate, but I don't like all these little rough brush strokes here. And so what I'm gonna do is actually take my stipply brush, I call it, which is this very rough brush. And it's like just a very old brush. And so I'm going to take a little bit of glaze onto that, and I'm just going to disperse this paint a little bit more evenly. And so I'm going to turn the brush as I go. And basically just try to hide my brush strokes and taper out the edge of this. Yes, that's right. This is how I get my brush strokes out. And so this is a method that I actually use this in a lot of different ways, this little brush, this little beat up brush. But this is a way that I can both apply paint, I can disperse paint, and I can remove paint. And I can do them all in a way that hides all of my marks if I choose to. I can also do them in a way that makes a lot of tiny marks. If you saw, I painted a piece a couple weeks ago that was, I'm just going to come right across here with this highlight, and then right in here, just kind of taper this out. I did a piece that was like a chocolate ice cream bar that was covered with little frosty pieces, and I did the frosty pieces with this too. So that was another fun way to use this. But yeah, I'll use this method a lot in my work. But I did discover it by accident a number of years ago when I was painting frosted glass on a Sunday, and I did not want to paint. I started out trying to paint all the little marks on the frosted glass, and that was just insane. So I went ahead and I was like, how am I going to replicate this, implied texture? And yeah, thanks, Kiwi. And so I said, okay, well, I could use this little brush, and that's what I did. So I built up lots of layers with this little brush. So just that little bit really helped, actually, just that little bit. And I'm going to do another layer on top of that after this dries, but it's a good start for us. So we were able to kind of shape this out now a little bit. We have a little bit more definition for the highlight, this middle tone, and then our shadow. So this is the painting that's obviously the farthest behind of the three, but that's okay. That's just, you know, we got to bring it up to the other level of the other three. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go ahead and flip this upside down. That's going to make this a little bit more accessible for me to get to those nuts in there. And we're just going to work on that for a bit longer while we're in here. I'm going to take these two down because they don't want to bump them, because that would stink while I am... Yes, that's right, Kiwi. So I'm going to go ahead in, and I'm just going to, I think that my actual nuts are not in terrible shape up here. So I'm just going to go straight to adding the first layer of highlights, and we're going to see how that goes. I am going to have to go in and add some more shadows too, but let's start with the highlights. So I'm just going to take some yellow and some of my bright red, and I'm going to add a little bit of blue to that, just again to cool it down, because the way I build my paintings, again, everybody's going to have different arguments for, you know, different ways that they do their work. But for me, being specifically a food painter who works in this style, I build my paintings so that my highlights are cool and my shadows are warm. And so that's how my paintings are structured. And if you hang out longer with me, you'll learn more about what I mean by that. But this is essentially my cool palette, this part that I'm mixing up now. And so it's a little bit different than the colors that I use for the darker base parts of my cones. So I'm just gonna go in here. Let's just see if we can get something a little bit closer. I don't want to jump to the final highlight because again, it's really easy to rush toward the end, right? But I am gonna put my glasses down on my nose because again, I mean business. And I want to at least be able to get this up just a little bit to help define these shapes a little bit better and to make some more convincing highlights. So I'm gonna go right in here. Thanks, Kiwi. I think I want to take even a little bit more white. I try to err on the side of being very conservative so that, again, I don't, you know, jump too far to the end before I'm ready. But sometimes I just need to be bold. So let's go in here and just see if this is a little bit better. Yeah, I think this will be a little bit better just for these purposes. Again, not the final highlights. Just kind of this stage, I would say, is more like cleaning up, cleaning up some of these shapes and, you know, just clarifying that first layer of highlight in here. So I'm just going into the most yellow nuts up here first, and then I'll actually take that other initial color that I mixed and see if that works for my more orangey red nuts, and that might work for that highlight on those. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. It's working pretty well anyway. It's just gonna go in a few little areas where I need some clarification, and then I'll circle back around many times probably before I get to the end. But we got to do this in stages because that's how I work. lots of layers that I let dry in between. But I think that's coming along pretty well, actually. And again, part of this is just cleaning up some messy edges and clarifying some of these final shapes of the nuts to make sure they're right. I'm going to turn this on its side. Turning things upside down and sideways constantly challenges my brain, and that's what I need to do to be able to discern all of these really complicated shapes, right? So, so that is a really good process that I use. And when I get a little bit confused, I look for an anchor point, something that I know is correct. And so I try to see, you know, some adjacent shapes in there to figure out what I need to do or where I need to go. So that was like a little mistake in here where I missed this little nut entirely, even at this point in the painting. And just being able to see the other shapes that I had there helped me to find that. So constantly look for my anchor points. You tried that this morning when working on some portrait sketches and it really helped. Oh, good. I will also take a photo and flip it on my phone to see better. Nice. Yeah, that's a good way to check to see, you know, if you're balanced. I've done a lot of paintings where I didn't do that. In fact, most of my paintings I probably did not do that. But every now and then it's very, very helpful, and it's probably something I need to do more, honestly. The taking the photo and flipping it on my phone. So for anybody who wasn't here earlier, what I was talking about with that is I have this Neapolitan that's a larger one. I'll just show real quick right here. And so this was one that I was working on, and it looked very unbalanced to me, and I couldn't quite figure out why. And so I had fixed some of the things, but I still couldn't figure it out. And so last night I took a picture of it on my phone of the actual painting, and then I flipped it 180 degrees, and that was what finally helped me to see what was wrong with it. Because I could see it was the cone. It wasn't the actual ice cream. It was the cone that was a little bit off. I just aim for a lot of balance in my pieces, so I want to make sure that I adjust. So then I was able to just, you know, carve back into the cone a little bit to make things look a lot more balanced to me. So yeah, just a fun little trick, I guess, to double check yourself. This is another trick, actually, to use your phone that can really be helpful if you're not sure, or a photo editing program. If you're not sure if your photo reference has enough range in value, just take it and convert it to black and white. If you take it and convert it to black and white and you see that everything looks too even, then it's probably not going to make a great painting. You want a lot of contrast, a lot of very dark and very light areas, and a broad range in between. Usually they say like 7, but you know, you don't have to actually count them. So, but yeah, so that's another really good trick to figure out if your photo reference is good. I always spend not always, I'm usually spend a decent amount of time editing my reference photos in Photoshop or whatever to get them to be what I want them to be. So there's lots of tricks. You're not just, you know, you're not just subject to whatever your photo is. Like, fix it to be what you want. Yeah, Kiwi, I hope that one helps too. All right, so we're doing good on this. I am going to go in with the other color now. Right in here. And we're just going to try to get a few highlights on some of these darker nuts. So if I can get these right, then I will go in with some shadow color too on some of the darker nuts. Hi there, W2 Tax Form. Nice to see you. Thank you. Yes, ice cream. I paint a lot of ice cream. So we're just going around some of these darker nuts, trying to put some initial highlights on them. And then I'm going to revisit this probably with a lot of glazes and some shadow areas. But we'll just do this initial pass first. Because every little bit helps. Every little bit gives us more information, right? I think we're back from ads. W2 Tax Form, again, welcome if you didn't hear me during the ad break. So it's nice to see you. And yes, I paint lots of ice cream. I do. I have a client base that enjoys ice cream. And so that's something I try to do quite a bit of. And so I've done that for a number of years, painted lots of ice cream. But I think ice cream has, like a beautiful nostalgia to it, right? Everybody seems to have lots of, or at least some memories that are very nice that are associated with ice cream, whether it's, growing up as a kid and getting something from the ice cream man, or on a outing with your family when you're a kid. Is that what you used to get from the ice cream man, Kiwi? I can remember those. I don't think I ever ate one though. Choco Taco. Yeah, I don't think I ever ate one. Before you eat, couldn't eat gluten. Yeah, I don't eat gluten either, actually. Just because I feel better when I don't. It's not. I tried various things, but yeah, I feel better when I don't. So I don't eat it either. Yes, surprisingly, for anybody who doesn't know, I don't actually eat all these ice cream cones. If I have to take bites of them, then I sometimes just, I do that, but I have to throw most of them away. that I do. Sometimes I'll even break them off so that it looks like a bite and it's not really a bite. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people have that. I think a lot of people have that, Kiwi. I don't know. I feel better. I don't know if it's because I'm older now that I just feel better. So I really try to avoid it. And I feel like if I eat a little bit of it, then, I just don't feel as well. And then it takes a little bit to get out of my system. So yeah, I just avoid it. But yeah, surprisingly with the junk food, I do not eat all this junk food. I just think it's beautiful and it has beautiful memories associated with it. I did say that I painted an ice cream bar though a couple weeks ago, and it was a Haagen-Dazs bar. I did eat that one. So that was the last one that I ate. So yes, I know. And Kewpie, I know that you had that too. So you and Kiwi. We're just a gluten-free bunch in here. That's kind of just by happenstance. All right, so we're gonna take a look in a minute. Kiwi. Oh, geez. I very rarely get sirens, but um, they get real excited when they come down this street. It always sounds. All right, so we're gonna again take a look at this in a minute. I just want to see, you know, if I'm missing any details in here because there's a lot going on, right? A lot going on, and it is very easy to miss things. We'll have to do recipe exchanges for the gluten-free stuff, I think. All right, let's take a look. So I think that looks a lot better already. I'm gonna go ahead and start to work on some shadows in here. So for that, I am going to go ahead. I'm going to concentrate first on these few here, which these aren't technically shadows. These are actually like the little skins on the nuts. So I'm just going to try to mix up a color to accentuate that a little bit better than I have right now. Again, I'm going to go with, well, we're going to go with my bright blue. And we're going to go with the red, bright red again. I want this to appear a little bit translucent and a little bit brighter than say if I was to use just the straight red, or excuse me, if I was going to use too much blue. So I do want this to be a little bit brighter. And so that's going to mean a little bit more red and a little bit more yellow and a little bit less blue. But we're going to keep that color here because we're going to move on to some other shadow areas and we might need that for those. So let's go ahead and see if this is, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so we're just going to go in here, do a little bit there, a little bit there, just a little bit at a time, right? Going well, catching Pokemon. Oh yes, Kewpie, you're at your tournament today, or is it a? I'm sorry, it's an event, right? Not a tournament. But that's very cool. Pokemon Go. "20 minutes left." All right, so I'm just gonna go in here. And I am gonna come back with some later details that will put those little, just those very subtle little lines in here. And yeah, we're gonna do that when these are dry, but I'm probably gonna do that on my own, hopefully tomorrow. Like I said, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do on Monday on the stream. We might come back to these if I don't have enough time to finish these on my own. But they're starting to come together. They are starting to come together. I'm going to put a little bit more yellow in there, and we're going to go up to one of these other areas right over here. Take a little bit more of the red and go right in here. And we're just going to do a little bit more today. Whoop. Throwing my brushes around. But I appreciate everybody who hung out today. If you stopped in for just a few minutes, if you chatted, if you stopped in for a long time and just lurked, either way, I appreciate it. QP and Kiwi in particular, I really appreciate you guys because you were doing other things too, and you still stopped in, which was really, really nice. So I certainly appreciate that. I'm gonna go in right here. For anybody who hasn't followed, I hope that you follow me. I will be back on Monday. And like I said, I'm not sure if we're going to pick these up or if we're going to be working on something new. But either way, I hope you will stop back in. And I will also be here Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week. So I was a little bit late today. Apologies for that. But we're going to try to be better. We're working through some technical bugs and we're figuring stuff out. So my husband set this up for me and he very kindly manages all the aspects, all the technical aspects of this. You might not be available next week, but you will be back the week after for sure. Okay, thank you so much, Kiwi. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate you letting me know because I would worry about you if you weren't in here next week. So good to know. But have a safe week then. Yes, of course. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm just about ready to call it a day. So I appreciate everybody so much. I'm going to show these three again. So we did pretty good on these two. Not so much on the first one here, but these two. Oh, those ones came out so much better. So yes, thanks so much, Kiwi. So look at that. So much better. So much more realistic today. And this one's coming along really well too. So we're going to see how far we can push these. And then I will certainly show you guys them when they're done, or I might try to finish them on the stream. So we'll have to see. But I appreciate you guys so much. I hope that you have a wonderful night wherever you are in the world. Thanks to everybody who chatted. And for anybody who was in here yesterday, and if I missed your comment, because a whole bunch of people came in at once and I totally missed it, and I apologize for that. I missed some comments, so thank you so much. We're going to try to raid somebody and send you guys over to someone. It's coming along so well. You're really amazing. Aw, thanks so much. Have a great rest of your night. You too, QP, and I hope that the rest of your tournament goes, or rest of your event goes well, and that you have a wonderful night too. So thank you again so much. We're going to try to raid somebody, and I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and I will see you soon. Okay? Thanks. Bye.